by law. But since the transition in 1999, death sentence have often rarely been carried out. In 2006, like I mentioned, no execution took place until June 2013, when 4 prisoners on death row was hanged. Also worth mentioning today in history, World Day Against the Death Penalty, celebrated on October 10. The idea is to draw more attention to the need to abolish death penalty. But it is worrying that we still have 53 countries of the world that have
China,
not abolished.
Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Iraq, are still, the highest figures. And yes, we need to go, but I just want to also quickly chip in the one thing that I'm also very, very concerned about is, yes, there is death penalty for war crimes, there's death penalty for treason, and what are other major crime that you can mention. But it's sad that in Nigeria we still hear about the death penalty for things like blasphemy, and people being sentenced to very, very, very insane number of years for.
Well, don't forget we have the Sharia law that has a different interpretation as well. We needed to bring this up and mention the fact that death sentence still exists. A lot of persons are working hard round the clock to ensure an end to it, so people get life sentences. But when you now look at the crimes that are being committed by same human beings, you begin to, it's a challenge, to be honest, when you think about the crime and the punishment. Now somebody takes another life and then you put that person in life imprisonment. But that's it for that. Oh, I must mention here that China, there is skewed data from there. There are no clear figures because of the the secretive nature, how they guard data coming out from there. But there are allegations that they carry out almost 1,000 executions on a yearly basis. But that is not a concrete. That's Amnesty International now speaking, but they don't have the data to prove that. Also on this day, worth mentioning, I know we're out of time, but also on this day, December 16, 1966, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights was adopted and opened for signature, ratification, and accession by the General Assembly resolution. It became a law. It came into force, rather, on March 23, 1976. The covenant, as it were, commits parties to respect the civil and political rights of individuals, including the rights to life, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and freedom of assembly, among other rights. Nigeria ratified this covenant on July 29, 1993, but that also needed to be mentioned. We know that rights of citizens here is not as it should be in being upheld. Human rights is still a question in Nigeria. I guess that's where we will wrap things up for today in history.
Yes, it is. And coming up next, we have a very interesting conversation on the federal government and ASUU discussions. Why hasn't the strike been called off, even if a couple of weeks ago there were rumors that it might be ending soon? That comes up next right here on The Breakfast. Stay with us.
That money will shoot every person that we know can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed me for a long period of time.
That time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
First
point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, additional.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure.
Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's.
And when we're living a communal life.
Exactly.
Not now that we live a societal life.
I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up, that's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Sam Egu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
Good to know you're still with us. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. As usual, we have very important conversation here, and to help us make sense of it, we have two guests. But first, it's about the FG and ASUU face-off. The strike seems to linger on ending. The workers are adamant. The federal government has postponed the meeting over and over again. Yesterday, there was a further postponement. This time, we don't know when the next meeting is going to be convened. What is the fate of Nigerian students? It's almost a year they've been at home. What is happening with our education system, and where do we go? How is this going to impact on our future? We have helping to, unravel this, two gentlemen. I have joining us Dr. Adelaja Odukoya, the former ASUU chairman from UNILAG. We also have joining us Professor Yomi Fawami. He's an education consultant. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on The Breakfast.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah.
All right. I guess we will start with you, Professor Fawami. What is your take? Or rather, let's start with the former ASUU chairman, Dr. Odukoya. So could you give us an idea where we are at with these negotiations? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, thank you very much and good morning once again. Let me say that for us in ASUU, going on strike, like we have always expressed, is the last option for us. And this is so because as intellectual, our work, we know how important it is for society. But again, as gatekeepers, we are equally to ensure that the quality of education and knowledge that we give to our students is comparable, because the competitors for students within the contest of globalization are not just their immediate distance. They compete with everybody across the globe. So we are ready, we are willing, we are available to go to work. But it is obvious, and Nigerians are witness to that the federal government, permit me to say with all sense of responsibility, have not been so sincere with the negotiation. Promises have been made, but have not been kept. And that's why we are still at home.
Doctor, the part of the question that I asked you is, do you see a light at the end of the tunnel? Because from where we are sitting, there doesn't seem to be any.
No, what I'm saying is that there's light. It all depends on the government. We are ready and willing. For example, the meeting that was postponed was not at our instance. More often than not, meetings are postponed at the instance of the federal government. The federal government is making proposals, making promises, it's not fulfilling. That's why I said, with all sense of responsibility, there has not been much sincerity on the part of the government. So let the government do the needful, and we are ready. So that's the light for us. Right. We are ready to go to work. We are willing to go to work. We have nothing to do except to teach our students and go back to classes. Let the government do the needful, and we'll be there. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Let's quickly apologize for the graphics on there. He is the former ASUU chairman, Unilag, but the graphic is saying he is ASUU chairman. Just a quick note.
I want to move to Professor Yomi Fawaimi now. I'm sure that you've also been following these issues. I want your thoughts on the demands that ASUU has been making over time. The strike has gone on for months and months and months. A lot of Nigerians already are tired. But I want your thoughts on how logical these demands are. The government, of course, in the 2009 agreement had made promises. We're more than 10 years, after that agreement was signed. Not a lot was done or has changed. Do you think the federal government might be different this time, or might take action this time, seeing that ASUU doesn't seem to want to renege on, of course, on the strike?
Okay, thanks for asking me. I mean, very interesting question you asked. I think it's been unfortunate that we have had agreements signed with, and this is not just ASUU, with various labor unions, whether it's the medical workers or senior academic staff or universities or research, as the case may be. And we have signed many agreements with them that the state has not honored. And unfortunately, we have allowed that to remain for too long. It's an unfortunate situation we have found ourselves. However, it's also unfortunate that the way to handle it had also not been what is in the interest of the universal system. From 1999 to date, the cumulative count of the number of months that ASUU had gone on strike, it's 50 months based on my last count, and that's effectively 20% of the total period between 1999 when we went to democracy to now. And so any system that can be shut down 20% of this time from 1999 to 2020 already shows some level of inefficiency. Inefficiency triggered by the fact that government signs agreement it doesn't live by, but also inefficiency triggered by how the stakeholders handle the government lack of capacity or lack of interest or lack of commitment to follow the agreement. What has happened consistently is that it has become almost like a tension between the unions and the governments. But education is a system. I mean, we are all stakeholders there. Some of us have children in the system. Some of us are consultants to the process. Some of us are suppliers there. What has happened in Nigerian university system is that it has become like a ding-dong between the staff and the university, which may not be fair to the rest of the stakeholders, particularly if you think about the students. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that the federal government is signing agreements it doesn't have plans to comply with, and doesn't want to do the right thing at the right time. But at the end of the day, we are all the losers for it. If between 1999 and now, we have lost 50 months or 20% of the duration from 1999 to strike, then we are, both ASUU and government are not doing what is optimal for the system. 20% downtime cannot be acceptable in any efficient system in the world.
All right. Let's come back to you, Dr. Odukoya. I want to, there is this allegation that the reason this lingers is because the key players in the sector have their children or their wards outside the country. However, we know that those that are part of the negotiation have come out to say they are also affected because their children is here. Is that still a factor that's playing in the whole negotiation, or you think it goes deeper than having key players in the sector's kids outside the country?
Yeah, thank you very much. But quickly, before I go into that, let me quickly just put make a brief comment on what Prof has respectfully said. Yes, it is highly unfortunate that we've had, based on analysis, 20% downtown time in the university system since 1999. But I need to say, and this is the truth, that but for those strikes, there won't even be a university system, Prof and any other person, or we will be talking about today. What we have in 2012, we forced the government to have the need assessment exercise, and the report came out, and government itself concluded that it will need about 1.3 trillion to actually make our university functional and globally competitive.
Dr. Odukoya, we're not arguing the legitimacy of the strike or the need to go on the strike. What we're trying to look for.
It's our duty to put some things in perspective.
Okay.
So that's what I want to say.
Okay.
So I have a duty to put something in perspective. Issues should not just be raised and we let it go without actually, the whole thing is to inform and educate people.
Okay.
Having said that, you see, yeah, there might be some of them that had their children in Nigerian university. But what we beyond just having this thing here, their children here, there is no commitment to education. The way I put it is to say that the Nigerian ruling class has a pathological hatred for knowledge, and that's you see their approach to the university education generally, or how they even embrace the education industry. We're in a global world. We're in a knowledge industry, knowledge economy. If you don't promote your university, your education in your country, you can't develop. So, how many of them have their children here? I can tell you for free that, for example, you will say, oh, some ASUU lecturer. Yes, we have some of us too. But I can tell you for free, at my children's school in Nigeria, the ASUU president have all his kids in Nigerian universities. So the issue is that whether they have them here or not, they have not shown commitment. Thankfully, two professors have underscored that. They have not shown commitment in Nigerian education. Okay. And if this is not done, this country cannot develop.
Let's go back to Professor Fawayemi. There's lately been a conversation about the need to discuss further into the possibility of privatizing federal universities. Do you buy into that narrative? Do you think that it's high time we maybe start to, look deeper into that, so that, it might give Nigerian universities a better lifeline and a better working system?
Okay, I think one of the things we do in Nigeria is that once A doesn't work, once white doesn't work, then we want to do black. But there's a color called gray. There is a mixture of white and black, right? So if we say, so let's look, how did we get to where we are? When we had the first university in Nigeria, that's the University of Ibadan, before independence. The next university we had, owned by the federal government, of course, the University of Nigeria was started by the Eastern government. The next university we had was SSO 6 years after, the University of Lagos. And between 1956 until like 1970, we were counting universities on one finger. In 1970, we got this massive idea to start many universities. If you think about it, universities like University of Ilorin, University like Jos, were outstations of existing universities. Due to the oil boom, we decided to boom our universities and have universities all over the place. We turned campuses of universities to become full-blown universities. By the 80s, we went gaga. Today, we have 49 federal universities. The question to ask is that, can the Nigerian state afford world-class 49 universities? We need to ask that question, because in all of this conversation, so the idea of saying should it be privatized is not the first question. The first question is, can Nigeria, based on our current funding, can we afford world-class universities, and they are going to be 49?
Well, if from what we are seeing, it doesn't seem like we can afford to manage, all 49 of them, what would your suggestion be? Because, a lot of people would also argue that Nigeria's economy right now, with the way it seems, they may not be able to even afford these 40 billion naira revitalization and earned allowances, that they're throwing at ASUU. So to prevent us from continuing with this, same narrative, next year maybe another strike, in 2022 another, 8-month strike, I'm not sure. So should we then start talking more about the possibility of going into privatization?
So maybe the question is not privatization. Maybe it's a question of looking for a model that takes advantage of the public nature of education and also the private nature of education. And I'm going to give you a very good example. The BBC of London, right? BBC used to be a 100% government-owned entity. It was like something guzzling money. And then the UK government took a decision and said, you know what, we're going to transfer this BBC to a trust. Now, the trust is in the hands of private hand, but the trust is not set up to make profit. So that's why I said we should not go from one extreme to the other, where we say we're going to go from government 100% ownership, then you sell everything, and then people can't afford the education any longer. No, that's not what I think we should do. What we should do is in hybrid. So we already have this asset, 49 all over the place. What management system can we introduce? And the BBC model has worked. The UK government is happy with that decision, and it's become a model for how to manage public goods. And don't forget, education remains a public good, and therefore you must be able to have the balance to ensure there is access for those that cannot afford, but you also have to ensure quality so that you can get the results we want. My colleague has spoken a lot about the competition for talents. I mean, people want the best at the end of the day.
Okay.
At the rate at which we are funding, we can't get it there.
All right. Let's bring Dr. Odukoya back to get his final thoughts on this. What's your reaction to the submission of Professor Fawemi?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with him to the extent that one, like rightly said, education is a public good, and two, while talking about hybrid, I would say one way or the other, why not necessarily what he has suggested, even this idea that people are not paying Nigerian university today is actually not real. What is not being paid is actually tuition. There's no Nigerian university where students are not made to pay. By the time you had accommodation, what they spend for books and things like that, they pay over 100,000 every year. That's just the truth. So the whole idea to give the impression that people are having free education in Nigeria is wrong. And talking about privatization, of course, that's what they have always wanted. And Obasanjo told us way back in year 2000, he will create private university to run out to make sure the public university and ASUU strike stop. Yes, we've seen that. But again, as privatization actually work in Nigeria with our experience with NEPA, with the power sector and with the monumental money we keep on pumping there, no. World Bank, again, don't forget again, there is equally a national dimension to this. Way back in 2001, the World Bank made it clear that Africans and Africa does not need university education. What we need is technical education. This is equally part of the mindset. So, university education is important for national development. And we saw our lapses during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to be looking outside the country for solution when we should rely on our university. But our university, we have rendered them redundant. They cannot do research. They don't have what it takes. So, we should, because of governance is so high, nobody is talking about privatizing governance or reducing the cost of governance. It is our national grid that we need to manage so that we can fund education.
All right, Dr. Odukoya. That's much time will permit us, but we will definitely be getting back in touch so we can continue this conversation. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Professor Fawemi, thank you as well for joining us on The Breakfast.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right. I really am wondering how much longer, because this has gone on for months. The federal government took a few steps. ASUU said, that wasn't enough. It initially started with the IPPIS and UTAS conversation. Eventually, the federal government decided to let go of that one. Let's go on with, your own continued payment platform. And then, of course, they started talking about revitalization funds, started talking about the earned allowances, outstanding. There's, of course, an argument now. The federal government says, okay, this is what we have. ASUU probably said, oh, that isn't enough. They increased the figures.
Yeah, to be honest, the figures, I know they're important, but what has been ringing in my head since I found these figures is, where are we going? And that they've been on strike for 12 months and counting. So imagine where we're going to be in the coming days.
And
we
at
really
what
need
point
to do
will
something.
there be an agreement?
Well,
what credit alert needs to hit before ASUU says, okay, well, I think we can go back to work now? And what level of assurance would they need from the federal government now that, yes, we have agreed to pay these amounts of money for maybe revitalization, maybe for end allowances, maybe when you get the alert, you can go back to work. At what point would there be that level of trust that ASUU would believe and say, let's go back to work?
We shall see what happens in the coming days, while we encourage students to use this time as productively as they can. Make use of all the internet access that you can find, and resources there to keep learning as the days go by. We want to break now, and when we come back, we'll be talking with our Abuja correspondent, Amadine Uyi, on the latest with the planned legislative aid's 48-hour ultimatum to be paid their 2019 salaries starting today. Stay with us.
Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street, where
the fire destroyed our transformer completely.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
That money will shoot every person that we know can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed me for a long period of time.
At that time, why I carry gonorrhea? I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
$500 they
collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2005 when they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back to The Breakfast this morning. We are now going to be moving into a conversation that has a lot to do with our National Assembly and legislative aids. If you remember, in 2018, there was a proposed strike and, of course, a little protest in the National Assembly complex where the legislative aides had demanded these legislative aids. We've invited our correspondent, our Abuja correspondent, Amadine Uyi, to quickly share thoughts on what's going on. Good morning, Amadine Uyi.
Good morning, Felicity, and
good to see you again. Okay, just bring us up to speed. What's the latest with this agitation by the legislative aides? You were at the National Assembly yesterday.
Okay, now there are two major issues that the aides or the association, Parliamentary Staff Association of Nigeria, are looking. First of all, it's the salary issue that had been going on for several years, where they had insisted that they wanted to be put into the revised legislative aid salary scale called Consolidated Legislative Aid Salary Scale called CONLES. Then also the other issue was for autonomy of the state legislatures. Remember that the Parliamentary Staff Association cuts across not only staff of the National Assembly, also staff of the various state legislatures. And we know that we have been talking about autonomy for several years. If we go back to history, recently, sometime in July, President Muhammadu Buhari signed Executive Order 10, which insisted that, which empowered the Attorney General to deduct funds from state legislature funds, which are not paid to state legislatures and the judiciary. The Executive Order 10 was called Financial Autonomy for State Legislatures and Judiciary.
Okay, what's your thinking about the planned protest? Is it going to happen today?
Now, we spoke to the president of the national chairman of the Parliamentary Staff Association of Nigeria. He says that they are still dialoguing with the leadership of the National Assembly that they will meet today. In fact, he did not want to preempt himself. He said there will be a very important meeting today with the leadership of the National Assembly, and that after that meeting, he will make the position known. Whether they will embark on the strike. So, because the negotiations will be on today, I don't think the strike will commence today. Yesterday at the National Assembly, activities went on as normal, but it will be a very difficult situation if the parliamentary staff go on strike.
All right, Amadioui, let's, I want your thoughts on the similarities between the protest in 2018 under the 8th Assembly. Of course, Bukola Saraki was Senate President back then. What may have happened that, has led to it once again taking place in the 9th Assembly? How come these issues weren't sorted out in the last 2 years?
No, I think in the last 2 years, there was a bit of progress. Then remember that the current president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, he was the Senate majority leader, and he was one of the persons that was in the forefront of the negotiations, forefront of interaction. But when we try to follow up, we realize that at a certain time, some of those allowances and salaries were paid. But that's why I said that the current protest is not strictly focusing on allowances and salary. It's also the main thrust of the protest is the financial autonomy for state legislatures and judiciary. Allowances, these are things that are recurring monthly and yearly, and they get to be paid. If a few months are owed, the staff would cry out and call on the management to intervene. Also remember that this is the festive season in Nigeria. The Christmas holidays will be a few days now. So it is not surprising if any unpaid allowances or salaries, or if the staff are demanding that they should get the unpaid allowances or salaries. But when you compare 2018 to 2020, I think over the years, there has been a bit of progress. I covered the protest in 2018 where activities in the National Assembly were virtually grounded for some days before they were called to the negotiation table. But this time around, one of the main thrusts of the protest is financial autonomy and the refusal of state governors and the Nigerian Governors Forum to implement Executive Order 10, which states that whenever funds are disbursed, remember that it's a joint account. Yes. The states have a joint account with their legislature and the local government. Now, the Executive Order 10 says that in as much as the money is coming in bulk, that based on the budget, monies accruing to the judiciary, monies accruing to the state legislature should be released. And the governors or the Nigerian governors, the governors who form members of the Nigerian Governors Forum should not withhold these monies. If we follow the phrase, he that pays the piper dictates the tune. Yeah, the governors want to exert a level of control on their state legislatures and the judiciary. That's why they want to be able to be the ones to disburse the funds, because they believe that if they can down their activities, then there will be they can reduce confrontation between these three arms of government.
So is there any other way that these aides can make their points known, or aside shutting down the National Assembly or carrying out this strike? Is there any other way that they can maybe make their points known? Because now you've brought in the perspective of the Nigerian Governors Forum.
Now, the idea is strike is actually a last option. Currently, just as the president confirmed yesterday when Plus TV Africa engaged in, they are currently negotiating. They will be meeting today for a high-level meeting to dialogue on the ways forward. It is if that they cannot, because the parliamentary workers believe that if they can exert some pressure on the National Assembly can in turn exert the same pressure on the federal government. And the federal government has the muscle to be able to call the governors to order. That you cannot continue to breach the nation's constitution because of self-serving or selfish interest. But also remember that it is not all governors that not all governors who are in breach of Executive Order 10. Yes. We could not get a list of them between yesterday and today. But I remember of recent when Plus TV Africa was engaged in an investigation over unpaid salaries, allowances, promotion, areas of charge in the FCT. When this investigation was brought to the office of the Minister of the FCT, who is holding forth as the governor of the FCT for the president, the minister said, wow, in the FCT, the ministry does not touch any disbursement that comes from the federal government to the local government. So this is a local government problem. Our teachers under our own payroll, under the universal basic education, they've gotten their allowances, they've gotten their salaries, but it is the teachers under the local government education authority who have not gotten it. So it is not everybody that is in breach of it.
Okay.
As we speak.
Ahmadine, you've really given us a background on what's going on, and we will definitely be coming back to you for an update. Thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thank you, Felicity.
All right, strike and strike and strike. Teachers are threatening to go on strike over the kidnap of the students in Kaduna State. We also know ASUU is on strike. We just talked about ASUU's situation. Now, legislative aides are threatening to shut down business. But it does worry me, though. 2019, they're talking about 2019. Does that imply that 2020 has not been paid? How are they coping in a pandemic? You know,
it's Christmas also. You know, how do you celebrate Christmas with outstanding salaries and it's really maybe a lot of debt? Nigeria really, sometimes you hear these things and you just get really, really weak. And that's honestly how I feel when I hear these type of stories.
Let's see what happens in the coming days. They said they are having a conversation with the authorities of the National Assembly. Maybe by the close of work today, we'll get an update if they will continue with the strike, they will proceed with the strike, or they will call it off if they come to a compromise with the authorities.
We'll find out.
The conversation, we're not done yet. We're, moving things a little bit further. We're going to be talking about the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. Why are states still reneging in ratifying it? We'll be focusing on the situation in Imo State, and we have some people pushing for it joining us in a bit. Don't go away. This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply platforms of convenience for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware?
Let me explain. No, it's okay.
Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cane to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace.
Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliatives right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
Keep watching
Plus Event,
Plus Event, Plus Event, Plus TV Africa.
Missed out? Don't be left out as we bring to your screen your favorite social diary events on Plus Events, bringing you fun, information, and of course, entertainment.
everyone, and welcome to the latest event show on the planet.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start sharing the shoot of gun.
You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Now, as part of activities to mark this year's Global 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, civil society organizations in Imo State has appealed to the leadership of the Imo State House of Assembly to urgently pass the VAP bill that is currently at the floor of the House to ensure that the right of women and the girl child is protected. The group said, contrary to rumors making the round, the VAP bill does not support abortion and same-sex marriage.
We've been advocating for the passage of the VAP law, which is the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Bill in Imo State. As a matter of fact, in the 5 southeastern states, we have all the states ratified the law, but here in Imo State, it has been a tussle, and it has not actually ended the issues we're having, because constantly we keep hearing of cases of violations of minors, defilements, and here and there. And the fact is that because of the systematic issues we have in terms of structure in our ministries and most of the government agencies we're supposed to be working with, the issues are not being promoted as much as they are supposed to.
Women bear the burden because of their role as homemakers. So because of this, you see there is so much traction around the women issue as it concerns ending violence. So that is why. Is it an anti-abortion law or a pro-abortion law? No. The VAP bill does not in any way contain anything that in the minutest way alludes to abortion. It does not say a woman can be crowned king.
I must say that the issue of VAP is for the front burner in the House here. And of course, presently it's receiving a public hearing. So I can assure you, most of the items you have here will be adequately treated. I don't want to go into detail. We will make sure that we'll pass them on the floor of the House in form of motions and form of bills. Thank you so much.
Joining us now to discuss this is Majori Ezihe, the coordinator, Imo State Committee on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. And we also have Faith Kalagbo, Programs Officer, Alliance for Africa. Thank you both for joining us on The Breakfast. Do we have...
No,
okay, so I want to ask, what is going on with the VAP in Imo State? Why is it taking so long to become law? Hello, Majori, can you hear me? Or Faith? We seem to be having audio challenges. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll reconnect with our guests and have the conversation. Stay with us.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street, where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete.
don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, Adeshino.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure.
Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's
when we're living a communal life.
Exactly.
Not now that we live a societal life.
I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up, that's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Samegu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
That money we shoot every person that we know we can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed us for a long period of time.
At that time, why I carry gonorrhea? I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
What is the soul of a man? They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
Thank you for staying with us in Plus TV Africa. Unfortunately, we cannot continue with the conversation on the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP, and the situation in Imo State. Due to technical challenges, the audio and the visual was giving us a lot of challenges. That's part of what we are finding in the 20th century with the COVID-19 pandemic compelling us to do things virtually. But the show must go on. We now have joining us to talk sports. We have Wale Scott. But before then, let's. What's the story about? So I'll give over to you.
All right. It's of course starting with a story from Chelsea, who lost yesterday. Unfortunately, Chelsea fans haven't given us a chance to laugh at them yet. But we'll get there, right? Don't be in a hurry. So let's first of all start with Chelsea, who surprisingly lost to Wolves. And of course, Manchester City lost to West Brom last night. Could it maybe be a case of fatigue? Ole Scott will be here to give us a quick update. So let's first of all start with the Chelsea part of it. Frank Lampard sometimes has a very, very good run. Other times, things just come crumbling down. There's also people who are losing patience with Pep Guardiola. It seems his tactics don't seem to be working as well as a lot of people have expected before. So what might be going on with these two teams?
Really, I have no idea. Frank Lampard was able to conveniently go for good players, not just anyone. Went for Ziyech, he went for Chilwell, he went for Timo Werner, and very good players. And I felt like the problem had been solved at the initial stage, and then for some reasons, everything just starts to crumble. Fatigue, possibly. Because really, you don't have a team that has those kind of players. Tammy Abraham has been brought in for the team, and then it still doesn't work out right for him. But for Manchester City, I've always said that, like Liverpool, fatigue will set it eventually. The almighty Barcelona are gradually collapsing. The almighty Real Madrid are crumbling right now. And it's all about you use the same players every day. You trust them so much. Consistency is supposed to be key, yeah, but in this case, consistency is killing these players. They play week in, week out, day in, day out, and it will tell eventually. You can't cheat nature, and I think it's setting in now. And they played against a team like Wolves, who are strong, who come to you, they're rugged, they really come at you all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna also say,
you come to them, they come back at you. And there was a little drama in that game when a particular Chelsea player held onto the ball for too long. Well, for the Wolves player, and he came at him, serves you right, but eventually they got a good win. And the first half, it was all Chelsea, taking the game to Wolves, and they couldn't get the goal in the first half, and it was all Wolves in the second half. And something we must note is Chelsea didn't have a shot at goal in the second half, all through 45 minutes. Not one shot at goal. That was how bad it was for them.
No, that's fascinating.
Terrible.
And of course, we'll give kudos to Wolves for continuing to be a thorn in the flesh of the big teams in the.
Yeah, they came to die. Wolves this season have come to die, and when the commentator was saying Wolves have not lost the match at this point, or were not a goal down at this point in 25 minutes in the match in first half, I now realized, wow, is that good for them this season? And then first half, it went like that, and then it came in second half, and they were smoke blazing, all guns blazing, and they got the goal, and then they got the second one, and it was. But Manchester City, Pep Guardiola is a very noisy person. He's very boastful, and most people they hate to lose. They don't want to lose. They want to do everything right, and he's got a fantastic set of players. But without Kun Aguero, he's had problems trying to get the goals. Gabriel Jesus doing very well, back from injury too. But I just think generally fatigue should be a basic excuse. I hope people out there don't think I'm looking for excuses for them. But I think you play for so long. Jurgen Klopp has complained, Guardiola's complained, Arsene Wenger in his days complained, Ferguson complained that the English Premiership packs too many games for the players and fatigue would set in eventually.
At the same time, playing in the Champions League and playing in Europa.
Champions League, Carling Cup, the ones who are in Euro Cup and all that, there are 3 cup games in English Premiership alone. And then you have the Champions League on the side, you have other games on the side. Most of these guys who play for these clubs play for their national teams too. And they are friendlies, they are qualifiers and all that. I think fatigue will eventually set in, yes.
What do you see the year ending like with regards to the top 10? Arsenal, of course, has fallen all the way down, might hit crude oil at some point.
They won't.
But what do you think?
Arsenal, yes, might do very badly, might end the year very badly, but relegation, no. I want to believe that, I've always said Arsenal, like for example, are a team that they're one child, a student, who is very, very dull, but has a fantastic handwriting. What does that do for you? They play very good football, but they don't score goals, they don't win. What does the good goals do for you? Your handwriting is fine, but you are dull. But the truth be said, really, I want to believe that. Honestly, we might see a surprise like the years of Leicester, when Leicester won, and the bookmakers were like, "No, Leicester can never win," and they did win the English Premier League. And
no, go ahead.
Yeah, and then you see teams like Barcelona after 11 games are on 8th position. Almighty Barcelona. Real Madrid made it to the top of the league just yesterday, miraculously. I don't know how they did that. Yeah. But I think the mighty have finally fallen, and there's a change.
The top 4 is not certain. Manchester United was 4th at some point, now, all the way down to
There was
8.
a miracle last season. Everybody were like, Manchester will be in the Europa League, and they got to Champions League, now they've dropped. I think it's going to be a miraculous end of the year. The pandemic has turned the tide around.
Yeah, it's already just ended.
It's done.
Let's go to boxing now. I think there's a story. Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury's promoters are talking tough ahead of the anticipated boxing bout. Who takes this?
I don't know, really. I want to be I want to play the devil's advocate this morning. Joshua is a fantastic fighter, and every one of my colleagues who are analysts are on the side of Joshua basically because we're Nigerians and we're being patriotic. It's not about being a true analyst. The true analyst will know that honestly, Tyson Fury will beat Joshua silly.
Really?
On a bad day for him.
It's almost obvious.
On a bad day for Joshua, for Fury, he will beat Joshua silly. On a bad day for him. The truth be said, he's a brute. He's a bully. And Pulev is a bully too, but a less stronger bully than Fury is. They are bullies. And the only way you can get to them is to taunt them, make them get angry. Continuously taunt them, as in make them get angry like, you, this small boy, And he did it against Pulev and it worked for him. He dropped him around 9. Fantastic. Against Fury, Fury now knows that Joshua taunts you. he wants you to get angry. Now he knows that, and he's going to get ready for that. Now, Tyson Fury got suspended for drug usage. He has a point to prove to the world that, listen, I didn't win my fight based on using drugs. It was based on my physical strength. Now he's a brute. He's a bully. Fury is not your regular street fight boxer. He's a street fighter. He fights streets. He's like Tyson. And it's kind of hard to fight a person like that because he can dig deep. You know, you're following the regular ethics and all that, and then all of a sudden he changes his techniques and he goes streets.
Tactically, who do you think is a better fighter? Anthony Joshua, a lot of people may have even predicted that the Pulev fight wouldn't get to the 9th round, but you know, he threw a lot of punches, missed a lot of punches, you know, dropped him a few times, but eventually still went all the way till 9. Do you think, you know, that may have also given, you know, signs that Anthony Joshua may not be able to go far with Fury?
There's a plus for Joshua here. Fury is all brawn, no brains, you know, but Joshua is all brains, a little brawn. And so Fury believes in his physical strength. He believes I can dig deep. For example, Tyson would fight you, and then when push comes to shove, he will go to use his elbow, and the referee won't notice it. That's how much street Tyson is. Mike Tyson, that is. But Tyson Fury now is all street too, and he can dig deep. He can actually go for his elbow, use anything, and if referee will overlook it or not, see it at all. So that's the problem. But he's all brawn, no brains. And Joshua has faced every fighter based on their strength and their weaknesses. And I hope he can work on Fury on that. But Fury now knows that. He's seen him fight Pulev, and he knows what he can do. So Fury is going to come in knowing that I'm going to be fighting a very intelligent person. I only have more brawns than him. He's got more brains. And that'll be a problem, really.
So there is a chance still for Joshua to come out on top.
If Joshua tries to taunt him, it won't work. He's a bully. He gets angry easily. But I want to believe that he's a psychologist. He's going to work on his temper. As in, he's going to taunt you. Don't get angry. So that part won't work. So now he has to go to his brains. He has more brains than Fury does.
Yeah, but aside the taunting and the brains, when you get in the ring and you get punched in the face, some of all those things don't matter anymore. You have to survive. You have to win the fight. So
somebody was telling me in the car this morning and saying, just maybe Joshua could get a lucky punch and take him off guard. Just maybe. But for me, technically, Fury is a better fighter. He's a bigger person than Pulev. And I think Nigerians should stop being patriotic all the time. The truth must be said.
The stamina that I've also seen Tyson Fury, you know, put into a fight. If you watched, of course, for those who watched the Joshua Pulev fight, it seems like he gassed out, you know, by the 5th or 6th round.
Yes, but I think stamina for Fury, the plus for him is it goes beyond stamina now. Fury was suspended for 4 years for drug usage. And he came back and said, I want to try and prove a point to the world that, listen, I wasn't winning based on drugs. I was winning based on my physical strength. So he has a point to prove to the world. Now, what actually pushes a man goes beyond your physical strength. It starts from the mind.
Yes.
And now he has a mindset and says, I have a point to prove to the world that I'm not just an addict who was using steroids as a plus for me. I have the physical strength. So first of all, in his mind, he has a point to prove to the world.
Okay.
So
I guess we'll see what happens. But I'm rooting for Joshua because I am patriotic.
She's Nigerian.
Yeah. But I mean, but if you're good, so you don't get disappointed, you know, that's why, you know, it's also
hopefully
good too.
That's why I'm giving us a reality check. Well, whether he loses or he wins, he's still a winner to me.
Sorry, what does Anthony Joshua have to lose if this fight happens and he loses the fight?
This is the first time in like 30 years that one boxer has 3 belts. Those days used to be one person has a belt, one person has a belt. So if he loses this match against Fury, he loses all 3 belts.
And would he be safer fighting, what's the other guy, the American?
Uzunov?
No, the American who...
Deontay Wilder.
Deontay Wilder?
Well, I don't know. Deontay Wilder is a tough guy too. However, he makes too much noise. But I think, like I said, brains always works for Joshua.
There's always room for more than
Fury,
one winner.
Fury, it just might not work. But what he has to lose majorly is his pedigree, his clout, his brand, and basically all 3 belts.
Well, somebody had it before he took it. So
yes, he was taking it one after the other. Now he has all three. So and he's betting on all three belts right now.
Well, I mean, whatever happens, we shall see. Thank you very much for coming on The Breakfast this morning.
Thank you.
I guess that's how we will be wrapping things up this morning on The Breakfast. It's been a bumpy ride, but we're able to, get the conversation going. And we did bring you guests that brought, depth to the issues raised here. We always want to hear from you to get your feedback on conversations we hold here, the programs that we present to you.
Absolutely. I was lost for a second thinking about how to laugh at Chelsea fans and Manchester City fans. But anyway, we wish you all, of course, interesting remaining days of the week. You can join us on social media. Remember, it's at Plus TV Africa, and get highlights of the discussions that we had this morning on violence against persons, on, of course, Grace Alile Williams, Nigeria's first female vice chancellor. And we also got to talk about legislative aids in the National Assembly that might be going on a strike pretty soon. So at Plus TV Africa, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and of course, YouTube also. The same name.
We're back again bright and early tomorrow. We hope you can join us. Until then, be well, stay safe. Remember all the safety protocols when it comes to COVID-19 prevention. Wear your face mask, hand sanitize. If you can, stay home if you mustn't be outside. I'll see you on the other side with the news shortly.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continue with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society wouldn't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of inculcating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, there has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely, a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. You know, understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for these artists to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of these sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on the news. My name is Felicity Ezewike. We'll begin with the latest from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and CDC. The agency has registered 758 new infections of the coronavirus in the country, bringing the nation's total of confirmed cases to 74,132. The country has conducted about 848,194 tests since the first confirmed case was announced. The Public Health Agency sadly recorded 3 additional deaths in the last 24 hours. The NCDC said that the new infections were from 18 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The FCT has 305 cases, while Lagos recorded 152. Kaduna came with 103 and Bauchi with 44. Among other states with new infections are Gombe with 35 cases, Plateau with 31, Rivers 17, Sokoto 15, Kwara 13, Kano 9, Ebonyi 8, Ogun and Osun 5 each. Oyo, Edo, Anambra 4 cases each. Bayelsa 2, Ekiti and Taraba 1 case each. We go to Jigawa State, where the COVID-19 Task Force Committee says 29 new cases have been identified in the state, out of which 26 are core members. Chairman of the task force and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Salisu Muazu, disclosed this at a stakeholders meeting in Dutse. He explained that 14 core members tested positive in the Batch B stream of the NYSC orientation camp, out of which 8 are currently admitted, while the remaining 6 have recovered and have been discharged. He added that another 15 out of the 150 Batch B Stream 2 NYSC core members posted to Jigawa State also tested positive for the virus. The permanent secretary said the discoveries were made after all corps members were subjected to the compulsory test on entry into the camp. It said there is every likelihood that more cases will be recorded as the NYSC members continue to arrive. The task force committee chairman, however, said that the state government has ordered the immediate reopening of 3 state isolation centers after its closure in September due to 0 cases recorded. The ambassador of Israel to Nigeria, Shimon Ben Shoshan, says Israel-Nigeria cooperation through Innovation Fellowship for aspiring inventors and researchers will boost e-learning amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Ben Shoshan said this at the official inauguration of the pilot FCT Universal Basic Education Board Center for Science, Technology and Innovative Training Center in Gwagwalada, Abuja. He commended the center initiative to have been born out of the 60 years of mutual diplomatic relations between both countries. Ben Shoshan said a great example of the cooperation is the recently inaugurated IFAIR 2020-2021. Ben Shoshan explained that the center would help students who, due to the pandemic, have been away from schools. The latest from the abduction of schoolboys in Kaduna State has it that jihadist group Boko Haram have claimed responsibility for the abduction of hundreds of schoolboys on Friday in Katsina State. A voice note alleged to be that of Abubakar Shekau, leader of the group that was also behind the 2014 abduction of hundreds of schoolgirls in Chibok, claimed responsibility. At least 333 students are still missing since the attack initially blamed on armed groups locally known as bandits who are active in the region where kidnappings for ransom have become common. Meanwhile, the Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari says 17 out of the 333 missing students of the Government Science Secondary School in Kankara area of the state have been found. The governor announced this during an interview with the media. Now, according to him, the majority of students were in the forest in Zamfara. He said information available shows that 17 of them have been found. 15 of them were found around Dinya in Danmusa. All of these missing children who have been found have been reunited with their families. On the negotiation with the bandits for the safe return of others, Governor Masari said efforts are ongoing to secure their release within 2 to 3 days. The Senate has again recommended that President Muhammadu Buhari remove the service chiefs following increased insecurity in the country. The lawmakers made the resolution on Tuesday during the debate on the abduction of over 300 students following gunmen's attack on Government Science Secondary School in Kankara, local government area of Katsina State. The resolution follows the motion raised by one of the lawmakers, Senator Bello Mandia from Katsina. Senator Sani Musa, while seconding the motion, spoke of a need to draw the attention of Mr. President and that the service chiefs should go. Senator Gabriel Suswan criticized the service chiefs and said lawmakers will support the Senate President in whatever resolution decided to address kidnappings and insecurity in the country. Senator Payemi Bamidele lamented that the Senate had done its best, but the executive was not listening and was becoming helpless. He questioned why President Buhari has refused to remove the service chiefs. The lawmakers therefore condemned the attack on Government Science School Kankara, Katsina State and urged the President to consider and implement the recommendations of the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on Nigeria Security Challenges dated March 17, 2020. Now, some persons suspected to be thugs have attacked members of the coalition of northern groups during its security meeting at the famous Arewa House in Kaduna State. The suspected hoodlums invaded the Arewa House conference hall barely minutes to the commencement of the group's review meeting on security situation in northern Nigeria. Addressing newsmen shortly after the attack, the group vowed to continue to push for a peaceful northern region and Nigeria at large.
Unfortunately, as you can witness, before we even have started the event, some hoodlums came in with their machetes.
Will to face the current challenges being faced by Northerners. We are calling on all and sundry to know and to note that without fear of anything, this will not deter us. Attacking us will not stop us from doing what we are doing.
2 months after the Lagos State government instituted the panel of inquiry into SARS-related offences and the Lekki tollgate shooting, more cases are being heard by the panel. Plus TV Africa was at the sit-in.
At about 11 a.m., 12 cases were before the courts today on police brutality, but 2 stood out. One is that of Unduku Ekekwe, whose spinal cord was broken during a raid by men of the now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS. With the accused SARS officer at the witness stand, he was cross-examined. He, however, denied being responsible for Unduku's broken spinal cord. His account of the story is totally different. He accused the 34-year-old of being involved in armed robbery and other criminal activities.
On 16 February 2018, based on intelligence reports received in our office, that one Enduka and others are involved in A2, entering people's warehouse and offices with arms and ammunition and dangerous weapons.
We must bring an end to this matter. You want to take Friday or you don't want to come in at all. The matter will be adjourned to Friday. 18th of December.
The case of Felicia Okpara was mentioned for further hearing. It's that of alleged physical abuse and brutality meted out on her by men of the Nigeria police during the October End SARS protest.
The people that were brought in there, they were not denying that they didn't arrest me, and they were not denying that they didn't beat me up.
And the accused police officer, IPO, made his way to the witness box.
One of the female suspects that was released by name Nkematola Felicia Okpara came to see the divisional police officers with some people. She told the divisional police officer that she's an orphan, a single mother, unemployed, and that she was ill. Based on humanitarian ground, the divisional police officer gave her 200,000 naira.
It's now another adjournment for January 8, as the recorded video evidence clip of the brutality was presented in a CD format rather than a flash. The mandate before this panel within 6 months is to bring to bear the truth of the alleged killings and brutality meted out by men of the now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad and to verify the claims of killing during the October 20 Lekki tollgate massacre.
The Senate has passed the Finance Bill 2020, transmitted to the National Assembly by President Muhammadu Buhari 2 weeks ago. The passage of the bill on Tuesday followed the consideration of a report by the Senate Joint Committee on Finance, Customs, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment, and Public Procurement at plenary by the upper chamber. Chairman of the Joint Committee representing Lagos West, Senator Solomon Adeola, in his presentation said the Finance Bill 2020 specifically seeks to amend 17 key aspects of extant laws. President Buhari had said the passage of the Finance Bill would support the implementation of the 2021 budget through key reforms in taxation, customs, excise, fiscal, and other laws. And the Southwest Agenda SWAG has called on former governor of Lagos State and national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, to contest for the 2023 presidential election. SWAG delegates from all southwest states made the call in Ibadan on Tuesday. In his welcome address, the Planning Committee Chairman, Senator Dayo Adeyeye, said the gathering is to mark their own contribution to the crucial task of shaping Nigeria's political future. He described Tinubu as a man of intelligence, courage and integrity to lead the nation to greater heights.
Every geopolitical zone in the south is entitled to it. All of them have the right. The man that will get it is the one that works hardest, the one that fights for it, the one that gets the support of vast majority of Nigerians. Don't forget, all the regions of Nigeria will vote. All the people of Nigeria will choose the next president. So we are just starting early our own race to make sure that we emerge victorious.
It's not Tinubu that actually put this team together. We did. We are calling him to come out and contest for the election, to throw in his heart into the ring because we know he can deliver. He has delivered, so he can still deliver. But let's wait for whoever, what group, individual groups that will come out and show interest, that will come out and protect and promote or protect their own products.
Every person, every zone has a right to aspire. You understand? You cannot preclude people from aspiring. It's their constitutional right. But the issue is this. We will go to the drawing board. We have our strategies. Every region has a right to aspire. You understand? But our preference is Bola Ahmed.
Swagger, vision, swagger, swagger.
Away from Nigerian politics, let's go see what's happening in Guinea. President Alpha Condé has been sworn in for a third term. The ceremony held in Conakry on Tuesday following violent election whose results the opposition rejected. The 82-year-old pushed through constitutional changes in March, allowing him to run despite a two-term limit. The move led up to opposition candidates boycotting the October 18 vote and caused deadly clashes across Guinea. Condé's main rival, former Prime Minister Cellou Diallo, and other opposition figures alleged irregularities in the official poll results that showed Condé won with 59.5% of the vote. And the Sudanese Prime Minister Abdullah Hamdok has criticized the army and security services for their weight on the country's economy for years. The military reached a historic agreement for a gradual transfer of power to civilians with and the leaders of the popular protest that defeated autocrat Umar al-Bashir in April 2019. But in recent months, relations between the civilian-run government and the military have deteriorated. At a press conference Monday evening, Hamdok lamented that the Army and Security Services control 250 companies in vital areas such as gold, and the companies are exempt from income tax, plunging the country into economic stagnation. And outside of Africa, a Tokyo district court has sentenced a man to death for the 2017 murders of 9 people. Local media reports that this is an end to a case that grabbed headlines in Japan, with the culprit dubbed Twitter Killer for contacting victims via the social media platform. The 30-year-old Takahiro Shirashi was found guilty of murdering, dismembering and storing the bodies of the 9 in his apartment in Zama City on the outskirts of Tokyo. In court, the prosecution argued Shirashi made contact with victims via Twitter after they expressed suicidal thoughts. Using a handle which loosely translates as hangman, Shirashi invited them to his apartment in Zama, promising to help them die. Gigi said, citing the indictment. His defense lawyers argued that he killed the victims with their approval. Presiding Judge Nokuni Yano ruled the victims did not consent to being killed and that Shirashi was mentally fit to be held responsible for their murders. The GFZ German Research Center for Geoscience said an earthquake of magnitude 6.2 struck Mindanao in Philippines early today. The Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology said on a Facebook alert that the epicenter was about 16 kilometers in depth, just 86 kilometers south of the Shangani in Davao Occidental in Mindanao region. A video showed water lapping in a concrete koi tank in Hagonoy, about 100 kilometers south of Sarangani. We go to Mexico now, where Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard said he expects migration to the United States to increase, while Mexico would try to convince Joe Biden's incoming administration to take Washington's approach to immigration. President-elect Biden has vowed to pursue a humane migration policy and promised a $4 billion plan to address underlying factors driving migration from Central America. But the destruction across Central America caused by back-to-back hurricanes in November, which killed hundreds and displaced over 500,000 people across the region, may pose an early challenge for Biden's strategy, which advocates say could take years to have an impact. Ebrard said Mexico's government will attempt to persuade Biden's incoming government to not only invest in Central America, but to favor investments with a short-term impact on the causes of migration. In business news, the federal government says that after December 30, all subscriber identification models SIMs that are not registered with valid national identification numbers on the network of telecommunications companies shall be blocked. The declaration was part of resolutions reached during an urgent meeting of key stakeholders in the communications industry that was convened by the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami. The spokesperson of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Ikechukwu Adinde, said in a statement issued in Abuja that the meeting was convened following the earlier directive on the suspension of new SIM registration by network operators. He stated that at the meeting, the need to consolidate the achievement of last year's SIM registration audit and improve the performance and sanity of the sector was discussed. The NCC said stakeholders agreed that urgent, drastic measures had now become inevitable to improve the integrity and transparency of the SIM registration process. Nigeria's federal government says it is ready to commence all-year-round farming in Osun State to ensure food security and avert the possible effects of food scarcity in the dry season. Executive Secretary, National Agricultural Land Development Authority, Paul Ikone, announced this during an on-the-spot assessment of irrigation sites and other farm settlements in the state. He said the team came to the state on the directives of President Muhammadu Buhari to aggregate suitable lands for all-year-round farming and work out modalities to retrieve all the already acquired lands under the agency. Wife of the Ekiti State Governor, Erelu Bisi Fayemi, has advised the federal government to ban importation of foreign fabrics to enable local producers to thrive. She gave the advice while speaking at the maiden annual get-together and inauguration of executives of Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADAN, Ekiti State Chapter, held in Ado-Ekiti.
What we need is to build the capacity of local producers so that we can take control of the value chain and our designers or dressmakers can have something to work with. The fashion industry can provide employment for hundreds of thousands of young people. And I'd like us to be able to tap into this, and they need to be supported in any way they can.
She said she already got a place for us that we used as the Ekiti State Fashion Hall. And she did say again that whatever that remains, we will cross the bridge when we get there, which is an excellent achievement for today's program, because that is our dream. Our dream is to have Ekiti State Fashion Hall, so that all fashion designers in Ekiti State will be there to reach out to the people and to sew for people, to sew uniform for schools. Anybody can go there to patronize them.
And to wrap things up with the entertainment news, the curtain will fall on London's theatres again on Wednesday as the British capital moves into the toughest level of coronavirus restrictions, with some forced to close Christmas shows just days after they opened, in a hammer blow for the industry. The government said on Monday the rate of coronavirus infections was rising exponentially in London, and all hospitality and indoor entertainment would shut, given the industry 2 days' notice. About 30 theatres were opened in London on Tuesday, ranging in size from small pub theatres to massive auditoriums. But that's the last night for a while. After an extremely difficult year, many theatres had adapted their premises and shows to be COVID-safe with reduced capacity, socially distanced sitting and temperature checks at the door. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We're back later with more stories making the headlines. Please join us again. Thank you for watching, and remember to wear your face masks.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to. Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Eunice Bashorin Street, where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 Naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows before you buy one or two, bus score for you to wear money don't finish, I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant here. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the ASUU, so many dirty jobs that I did then. But thank God today I'm here, Even
while I was YG, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house. I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and you know, sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other, because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, you know, work and give my daughter something, you know, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good.
But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoku, and I've got Wale Scott on the show today, and it promises to be a great ride, in as much as the roads of Lagos was quite busy this morning and a lot of traffic situation. And of course, the officials are on the road to ensure that they arrest the guys who break the roads. I'm not going to mention any names this morning, but
or any events.
Yeah.
Yes, there were events.
A lot of events this morning. An eventful morning it was,
yes.
I must say. But good to have you with us, buddy.
Thank you very much.
And we saw games last night, quite interesting games. Another drop of points from these big teams.
I don't know. But I think it's a good thing for football. I'm tired of, for example, at the points in the Nigerian Premier League, I was always complaining about every time, if you're a sports bet person and you do betting games and you bet the Nigerian League, you are sure of the home side will win, you know. But in the Premiership, it's a different ball game, you know. You cannot say. And where they stunned us the most was when Leicester won the Premier League. You know, they were like, bookmakers did not think of going that way. So I think it's good that these things are happening. The big teams are now being demystified.
True.
And now we know how everybody plays. I am not a footballer. I'm not a coach. I'm a football analyst. But I can tell you how Liverpool will play their next game. I can tell you how Man U. I can't tell you how West Brom, how Wolves will play. So, you know, all eyes on easy lies the head that wears the crown.
True.
So, you know, teams like Man City, you know who to hold on to. Man City, you know there's a Kevin De Bruyne. And if you can lock him down, there's no problem anymore. In Man U, you know there's a Bruno Fernandes. Lock him down, nothing happens again. In Chelsea, there would have been a problem. But Timo Werner has proven, and Ziyech have proven that when push comes to shove, they can't handle the
pressure.
You know, when they get into the kitchen, they can't handle the heat, you know. And that showed yesterday. You know, and I just saw a Timo Werner running up and down, getting frustrated, trying to dive all the time, you know. And I just thought it was frustrating. But I saw a Wolves that came to play, you know.
Okay. We'll get to talk about that and, of course, the other games that went down in the English Premier League. And, of course, look forward to the fixtures. And, of course, when Wale was talking about the teams, when you mentioned Liverpool, you know how to hold the likes of Mane and Salah. You mentioned Manchester City, you know how to hold Kevin De Bruyne. But you look at Arsenal, who do you even get to hold? it's a disaster what's going on right now at the club. But let's start off from the locals and I'll let you know that the National Council on Sports, under the chairmanship of the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports Development, Mr. Sunday Dare, at an extraordinary Council on Sports virtual meeting, which was held on the 15th of December, unanimously agreed to host the National Sports Festival for 2020 on the 14th to the 28th. And yes, eventually, after a long time, we have a date. But this is not the first time we've gotten the date that the festival will hold. But I think this is looking more precise, that the Edo 2020 festival will hold amidst the coronavirus. Of course, they will have to go through the regulations and the guidelines provided by COVID-19 officials, but it is set to hold the National Sports Festival.
I think I should be dancing on the table right now with a bottle of champagne right now. Because I had a barrage of Twitter messages. I had a barrage of different people calling me and telling me, Wale, you are, many insultive words. And what I did was, after COVID, the pandemic, Edo State government insisted that the games go on. And I said, listen, Nigerians, pardon me for this, are naturally lawless people. And even the adults amongst us will not follow the guidelines of COVID. We won't. Wear face mask, we won't wear. Keep social distancing, we will not keep. That's how we are. And then you want to bring youths, numbering over 400, into Uniben, into their hostel, using their facilities post-COVID. I think it will be the ones who have received something to do something and haven't done it and have spent the money already. And I got different insults from Twitter, but you see, because of the job that I do, and I've done it for a while, I've got a thick skin now. The insults don't matter anymore, And I was vindicated. The games were postponed. And now we're coming up again with the same thing again. The second time again, Edo State government came out and said, listen, we know they have a point to prove. But you see, Nigerians are tired of the politicians using sports as an opium for their elevation, like a campaign material. We don't like it anymore, And the games didn't go on the first time. Second time they came again, I went up against them again. I got the insults again. And finally, now they are saying we're going to hold it. Now I can say that the insults will slow down for me now because I think, it can hold now. Although we should not forget that even in Nigeria today, there's this attitude of COVID has gone.
Yeah, but there's a second wave, There's a second wave of the virus.
Exactly, but Nigerians don't see that. Nigerians have this attitude of we're invincible. COVID can't catch Nigerians now, And so if we are going to host the festival, no problem. I don't want to be insulted anymore, no problem. However, I would prefer a situation where we follow the COVID pandemic guidelines. And I think it's a good thing. Don't forget that in the past, despite that we're not consistent in Nigeria, the sports festival is supposed to be a situation where we actually get athletes, get new talents for our national teams in different sports, Although we don't do that. But at least we have a chance to see our young athletes, 16, 14, consistently helping them.
Exactly. Yes. I remember back then you mentioned the Nuga Games. There's also the Nipoga, that's Nigerian Polytechnic Games, the West African University Games. There we used to develop most of these talents. But what happened to those games? They're not trending no longer. We're not really looking into the grassroots any longer. But still on the national... I think we're
forgetting, like I said...
Yeah, we're beginning to forget. We're beginning to forget the grassroots because you talked about it yesterday, that will look more on the international level.
And it will tell on us eventually. Like I said earlier, because these games don't exist anymore, our youths have become idle. They now get involved in drug usage, cultism. This is what happens to you when you neglect what you should do. Now, because of these games, secondary school football games in Lagos those days, Nipoga, like you said, Nuga, and all that are all gone. So because our youths are idle, they either watch TV, play video games at home, get involved in drugs or cultism. Because what should have kept them busy, like, say, a boy who has gone to play football all day, goes back home, eats, drinks water, and goes to bed. He's too tired to cause trouble. How can you go and wake each other and say, come and become a cultist, or come and drink something? He won't do it.
Sure. Well, we look forward to that one, talking about the National Sports Festival, and it's looking likely that it will happen without the fans but we just want to see the festival and see the kind of talents that will be unveiled in that one. Now let's run straight to the Spanish La Liga and let you know that Karim Benzema scored twice as Real Madrid beat Athletic Bilbao to move level on points at the top of the La Liga. Atletic's Raul Garcia was sent off early on after 2 bookings for fouls on Toni Kroos, who puts Real ahead with a first-time drive before the break. Now, Real Madrid have now won 4 games in a row in all competitions as they continue to turn their season around. Real Sociedad, Atletico Madrid, and Real Madrid are all on 26 points at the top of the La Liga. Barcelona, who are 9 points behind the trio, hosts Real Sociedad later today. Real Madrid, they've had a wobbly start to the season. I wouldn't say it was a bad start, but it's been off and on, not been consistent enough. But today they're beginning to prove why they are called Real Madrid. At some point, people were clamoring for the head of Zinedine Zidane that he should go, but it seems to have turned the tables around.
It takes time, though. Some students in school need to be spurred on, you know, as in, you can do it now. What's wrong with you now?
Yeah.
Some need to be actually punished. Actually, get it right. Because some students just feel like, okay, good, if you don't beat that child and say, you can do it, where do it? You won't do it. Some need to be advised. And some need to be criticized, insulted, you know. I remember our very own Kelechi Iheanacho, who was doing very bad at a point. And then Odion Igalo came on. He was called by Gennaro Raw. And then Osimhen started scoring like, was going out of fashion. And he got his act together and started scoring too. Karim Benzema, you know, had been insulted, had been told. And then he started seeing young lads around him that he felt he had more talent than, doing better. And look at Karim Benzema, you know. And so teams like Real Madrid will get better. Like the Yoruba would say, thought about doing. You know, some people just don't get insulted.
Yeah.
They don't, just like, but some people, a little thing will spur them on and say, okay, was he talking to me? You know. And I think Zidane's case was a case of, if we go down, we'll go down together. But let's try and go down at least with the fights, you know.
Yeah.
And everybody psychologically came together and like, we can make this happen. And the only team I'm scared of for now in the La Liga is Barcelona. 11 games, 8 points. 8 on the log, and 11 games. I think it's sad. We have all agreed that Messi has lost it. But we're seeing players in Real Madrid getting up and saying, listen, let's go down. Okay, no problem. But not without a fight, you know. And I hope Barca can get that attitude back together too and actually say, okay, good, we're Barcelona, or the Catalans. And if we have to go down too, we go down without a fight.
But how possible is that? Because we know that Real Madrid, they have older players, more experienced players than the Barcelona. Barcelona lately have a lot of young players who are not as experienced as the likes of Griezmann and Lionel Messi. So how would that work out for Barcelona this season? Because they've been struggling, and not all the players in Barcelona, stand to be corrected, are happy with the manager. I'm talking about Ronald Koeman. They're not so happy with his tactics and training sessions and all that. So it looks like Barcelona just might be tilting the way of Arsenal, keep going down the drain until they begin to get things right. Because like you mentioned yesterday, a tree cannot make a forest. Lionel Messi cannot do it all.
I think it's good thinking for Barcelona, really. The gamble will pay off eventually because this youth are going to grow into the game and get better. And Sufati is only 17 and he's scoring like every day, you know, except for injury, you know. And Real Madrid are the ones that will, see, they are going to enjoy the victory for now. They are winning now, Abi, but these guys are growing old. We're talking of players who have the limit of 27, 26. That's Real Madrid. But looking at a Barcelona who have a limit of 21, 17, 18, you know, so they will reap their fruit of their labor, not now. So Real Madrid can smile now. Barca will smile tomorrow, no doubt. Like I said yesterday about Liverpool, they are getting fatigued. At a point, they were the best three-pronged attack in Europe. You know, they had Firmino, Mo Salah, and Sadio Mane. And now they're growing old. You are seeing a Sadio Mane where they play a young team. Like I can imagine a Liverpool team playing Ajax right now, the present Ajax. They will run them ragged. As in, Mane would run. I saw him run yesterday, and I saw at a point I saw a man who had given up. Like I'm not running again. Sir. If the boy wants to pass, you pass.
Just
you know?
pass.
You know, just pass. If you want to go. You have to go. You know, and that's what happens to teams who think consistency and not making any changes is going to work eventually. At the long run, you can't cheat nature.
True.
You are going to eventually get tired. If you are 40, your body will act 40, no matter how fit you think you are. And so all these coaches who are old school, Jurgen Klopp and the rest of them, must understand that, listen, you must inject new people. And when you start doing that, don't expect trophies and cups at that point.
Yeah.
It's a gradual process, you know. And what Barca should be doing now is they are not injecting new blood. During this period, don't expect the best from Barca. Expect young men who are going into an incubator, and then they will come out fresh and they will do well, you know. So that's the spirit now. I think Barcelona fans should not be sad. It's Arsenal fans that should be sad right now. You know? But Barca fans should look at it like the players are going through an incubator. They will come out
a rebuilding process.
Fresh and ready to go, you know. And I think that's good for them. Real Madrid should be wary. Yes, they are winning now. There's a party. They are popping champagne. They should remember that, listen, these guys are growing old. They're not getting any younger. You're not injecting any new talent into the team. And that's a problem. Ajax, we thought after buying all their major players,
they would fall.
They would fall. But they had one of the best academies in the world is the Ajax Academy.
I agree.
Quickly, we have some 17, 18, 19, 21-year-old boys in the team right now, and they are playing fantastically well.
All right. From there, let's go over to the English Premier League. And of course, a result from yesterday's games. Frank Lampard says his Chelsea players may be suffering from fatigue after Wolverhampton Wanderers came from behind to beat the Blues with an added time winner. Pedro Neto's 95th minute strike gave the hosts a dramatic victory at the Molineux and stopped Lampard's side going top of the Premier League. Daniel Podence had equalized in the second half after Olivier Giroud put the Blues ahead. Yes, fatigue is another reason why these teams are not performing. That is what the coaches are saying. But the fans want to enjoy football day in, week out. We just want to get the best of football. And when the teams are not performing, we'll call for the head of the managers. But truth be told, these players are playing less than 72 hours, and they will definitely be fatigued. Then also the fixture pilot will also tell on the top teams. But is that enough excuse for these teams not to do well?
It is really. You said the fans want to see good football. No.
Yeah.
It's us, the analysts, that want to see good football.
The fans want to enjoy sports. They want to enjoy football.
The fans want to win.
Well, they've missed.
I can assure you,
yeah.
A Chelsea fan doesn't want to enjoy the game. Just wants to win.
Yeah.
And I know Jose Mourinho said it one time and said, listen, I'm not going to make you guys clap for me. I want my 3 points. Whether you feel the game was boring or whatever, just give me my 3 points and let me go home. You know, and I was talking about Arsenal then. When the Arsenal fans were saying, we enjoy good football, and Mourinho was like, you guys enjoy good football, but you're not winning. You know, but I don't clap for me. I'm not a performer. I've come here to play football, and I want to win, and win I will. You know, and you know, the truth be said, fans just want to win. And fatigue, yes. Because, you see, they are human beings. Even machines are recharged.
Yeah.
Phones are charged when they go down. You know, the batteries are charged. So for a human being, Guardiola once said 3-4 years ago, he won that league that year, so it was, you know, in the euphoria of the victory and all that, it was like, only teams who are big can win anything in future. That was 3 years ago. And what he meant was that a team in Europe today, or anywhere in the world today, who can't boast of at least 2 11s, can't win anything important again.
Wow.
And he was right. Because unfortunately for him, he can't boast of 2 11s right now, and he's not winning.
True.
You know, that's so he actually predicted it, but he wasn't working on it. You know, sometimes we just talk out of, you know, from victory, we just talk and in the happiness and everything. Now, Jurgen Klopp says consistency is key. I agree with him. When you are consistent with two teams, then you are key. When if it's one team you have and you have really no bench, then you're consistent. Your consistency is a big risk. These guys, Liverpool, a typical example, are obviously very tired. Very, very tired. And I think that's a problem. I think most other teams are doing the same thing. We've had the same players year in, year out. The coaches are now in their comfort zone. That my 11, they're going you know? And then forgetting to change, forgetting to get understudies for them, forgetting to get a bench. And then now they're getting tired, they're getting injured. I know for one, I can boastfully say that Liverpool's trio of Firmino, Salah, and Mane, whenever one gets injured, there's always a problem. Until when Jota came in, he started solving some of it. But last season, I think it was Firmino. They lost the first 3 matches or drew. They didn't win the first 3 matches. And then after a while, it was Mane. and then lost the next 5 matches. And after a while, it was Salah. And then it would just, and that's what gave them problems. So the truth be said, you cannot always expect that when one spanner is lost, the game is over. But most of these coaches make that mistake, have too much trust on their players, and then when one spanner is lost, tire doesn't roll anymore.
Exactly. Well, still in the English Premier League, going into the game for Manchester United, they were 8th place on 19 points after 11 games, while West Bromwich Albion was second from bottom. Manchester City, I beg your pardon. For West Bromwich Albion, they were from bottom in 19th place and on 6 points from 12 matches. But then Manchester City opened the scoring in the 30th minute with a shot from Ilkay Gundogan, and Sterling supplied the assist, and the match ended 1-1. The draw left Manchester City rising to 6th place on 20 points, and the next Premier League game for City is away at Southampton on the 19th of December. And for West Bromwich Albion, this draw saw the team remaining in 19th position with 7 points, and West Brom
get here. The fan doesn't know what we go through, what our mental state of mind is.
They just want to see
give me a show and a good show. They don't care. That's how the fans are. The fans are like, win. I don't care how you do it. Just win. And the man had been doing badly in the past, and the board are like, we're spending so much money, they're not winning. Come and go. But I feel like that was the initial plan. Whether he won this match or not, they were planning that he should go. But he's won it. So I think there's still a little glimmer of hope that the guy is not totally useless. You know, he can still make things happen for them. So they should have a rethink for now and give him a little more time. But if they've made their decision already, the board has sat down and they've made it. Okay.
Of course, and the likely replacement, your guess is as good as mine. Sam Allardyce, the man who rescues teams from the relegation waters.
Well, don't forget that we can talk about Allardyce in the days of yore when he was still a young man, And
so he's lost it now.
I'm not saying that, but I'm only saying that there's a tendency that he might not be as brilliant or as intelligent as he used to be. Age has a way of slowing things down. Your thinking, the way you act with people. And Allardyce is not a young man. And bringing him now in modern-day football to expect a miracle like he's done in the past just might be a mistake. I would have preferred a respected, experienced, relatively young. When I mean young, like mid-40s upwards, not in the age of Sam Allardyce. No, I don't think so.
All right, from there, let's talk about the matches that will be going down later today, talking about the English Premier League. Arsenal will be taking on Southampton, and for the Arsenal fans, I'm not sure they'll be so confident of playing at the Emirates against Southampton. And for Leeds United, they'll be up against Newcastle United. And Leicester City takes on Everton. Remember, Everton defeated Chelsea over the weekend, and Fulham will be up against Brighton and Hove Albion. Liverpool takes on Tottenham Hotspur. That's a cracker to look forward to later today. That match kicks off by 9 p.m. And of course, West Ham United will also take on Crystal Palace. The big one to look out for has to be Liverpool versus Tottenham Hotspur.
I don't think so.
But both managers have been talking.
I think the biggest one to look out for, Liverpool and Tottenham Hotspur, we all know Liverpool is tired.
Yeah.
And we all know Spurs are coming out blazing hot these days, and they could, if you are going to be a bet person, you would give it to Tottenham Hotspur to either win or maybe draw the game at the Anfield. And I know for one that Leicester City,
Everton
will be massive. Mourinho, like I said, has a winning mentality against a tired Liverpool. Without a defense, that's a problem. But Leicester against Everton will be massive because Everton are coming from a win against Chelsea. Leicester are playing like their life depends on it. And I think it's really fantastic if you ask me. But let's see how it goes. But for me, the match I would have preferred to watch is, okay, good, we're showing one match in this viewing center. I would have loved to watch
the Leicester game.
Leicester against Everton. Yes.
Okay, good one for Wale Scott, who wanted to see the game between Leicester and Everton. But of course, a lot of fans that they have the teams that they support, and they want to go out there to enjoy the very best of football. There will also be a game in the Spanish La Liga. Barcelona will take on Real Sociedad, and in the German Bundesliga there will be fixtures as well. Schalke 04 against Freiburg. Cologne will be taking on Bayer Leverkusen. Arminia Bielefeld will be up against Augsburg. Bayern Munich against Wolfsburg. Hoffenheim will take on RB Leipzig, and of course in the Italia Serie A and the French Ligue 1 there will also be games in that one. But as we go, let's wrap up with the world of basketball. I love basketball so much, and I wonder why I never went pro. I'll blame it on my parents. They never believed in sports back then. Maybe I would have been earning what Giannis is earning.
No, some of us don't need to blame our parents, you know, because, you know, the Yoruba would say Ija Odola, which translated means that fighting will make you successful. Fighting will make you great. It only spoils things. And I'm like, I look at Anthony Joshua and I'm like, really? Oh, fighting will make you great, really?
And he's
Anthony
fighting,
Joshua,
yeah.
really?
A lot of money in the pocket.
He's rich.
I tell you. Well, for Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo, he has signed a contract extension worth a reported $228.2 million, approximately 170 million pounds, the richest in NBA history. Now, the two-time most valuable player, who is 26, has agreed a 5-year deal. His agents confirmed the details of the contract, with a total value beating the mark of $228 million set by Houston Rockets guard James Harden in 2017. I mean, this is a lot of money, millions, and of course, a deserved most valuable player for last season, and he's staying with the Bucks, and he says it feels like home.
I think as much as I like this guy, the Americans have consistently insulted him and said he's confused about his race and what he is, you know, because the name actually is supposed to be Adetokunbo,
yeah,
and it's spelled Antetokounmpo, and I don't know where the Giannis came from, but it's all Greek.
Yeah,
he's trying to turn his name into a Greek thing, you know, and they've insulted and said that he has a character confusion with him. He doesn't know what it is, and but I think I'm happy for him.
Yeah,
he has not said he was a Nigerian. It's us Nigerians actually try and farms people and everything. That's how we farms Anthony Joshua, you know. So he didn't say he was a Nigerian, but he is a Nigerian, and but he's a Greek boy. He plays for the Greece basketball national team, and but despite the fact that he doesn't claim us, doesn't think he's one of us, he's Nigerian. He's my brother despite all, and I'm happy for him. And if we didn't think he was part of us, we wouldn't be discussing him in the first place. You know? So I think it's good for him. But I'm happy that a lot of Nigerians who are identifying with Nigeria were also drafted into the NBA. The only thing is that his 5-year deal is worth a lot. Yeah. We're not going to get anything out of it.
Exactly.
He's not going to come to Nigeria, maybe until he dies himself.
Yeah.
So it's not like we would have any gain, but at least it's good to mention that a Nigerian-born or a Nigerian, somebody has a Nigerian lineage, is getting so much money in the NBA, though he doesn't identify with us. He's one of us despite all, so it's good for him, really.
All right, good contract signing for Giannis Antetokounmpo right there, and I would say congratulations to the 26-year-old, and we look forward to the next season of the NBA. And of course, his contract permits him to opt out of the deal after 4 years. Well, let's see how that turns out for Giannis. But of course, that's the much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Thank you, Wale, as always.
Thank you very much.
Wale Scott doesn't sound Nigerian, so maybe you might take off and say you're no longer.
I'm very Nigerian, I can assure you.
Oh, okay. It's fine. All right, I'm Udoka and Joko saying enjoy the rest of your day, and please continue to stay safe out there.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
On the 28th of February 2020, Lagos confirmed its first coronavirus case. And from there, everything spiraled down. Schools, places of worship, businesses, offices, and event centers were shut down. Then a lockdown was imposed. Food. One of the essentials for human survival was considered during the lockdown, with many school spaces converted into mini markets. One could easily assume farmers were making some gains during the lockdown. Right? Wrong. Many farmers were stuck with produce they could not sell, throwing away lots and lots of their produce. And also other vegetable farmers, insects eating up the vegetables.
When we heard that there was going to be a lockdown, then the fishes I have to call somebody. Somebody introduced that person to me that, you should come and buy our fishes. So that person came, he couldn't pay all the money. He said we should send somebody along with him to the bank to get the money so that he can balance our money. During this process, the person that followed him, he tricked that person. They ran away with the money. So the little I have that I could use to feed the fishes, well, even one of our members was involved. So I called that person. He said he would try and find him. He said, okay, if he couldn't find him, then I've not been able to trace. So I have no money now to feed the fishes, even to feed myself.
I couldn't get the right feed. As I'm into hatchery, you don't just change feed abruptly. But because I couldn't get the right feed, the feed I was using at the initial stage, I couldn't get them. I had to change. And when I bought what was available at the market at that time, giving it to my fish, they started dying. So I lost so many. But if the COVID, if there was no lockdown, I'm quite sure those feed will be available in the markets. So that was a major setback for me. And then the ones we were able to salvage from the lot, getting buyer to come and buy them was another problem. We were just feeding, no buyer was coming. And when I got a buyer just 2 or 3 days ago, I had to sell at a ridiculous price.
COVID-19 has impacted negatively in our business because it's not something that anyone planned for. It just came suddenly, and some of us that collected bank loans to stock our ponds, we struggled to come to the farm to feed. We kept on feeding, but there's not been sales. We have a lot of fish in our ponds, and with the selling is not coming, the marketing is not coming. We don't even know where to sell to. We just keep on feeding our fish because those are our major customers: the hotels, the restaurants, the joints, the party, the caterers. They are on lockdown, so we don't have sales. Like you can see, all my ponds are filled up with fish. There's nowhere to sell to. So we are now going on selling, and yet we have to feed. Because if you don't feed our fish, they will cannibalize themselves, and it will amount to loss. Already we are having post-harvest losses already now. So that is the dilemma we found ourselves in. So there has not been sales. Actually, it has been very difficult. It has been difficult in the sense that where we buy feed, we have been buying some feed on credit, and we have been sourcing funds to feed the fish from. I personally have been sourcing funds from family and relatives to give me money to buy feed so that I'll be able to. And but we have to ration the feed because the resources that we have is limited. Because the savings, the little savings and the business money that we had before the lockdown, we have spent everything on buying feed. Assuming we are able to sell now, we'll be cycling the money and be using it to turn it over to buy feed, sell fish, then buy feed and feed the ones in the pond. But now it's on standstill. Nobody is asking us that what are we selling. Even the retailing selling that we thought we'd be selling in large quantity, the purchasing power is so very low. The populace, they are saying they don't have money. Those that used to buy 2 kilos, 5 kilos every week before, they don't even ask. When you call them that their supply, they say, Alaja, there's no money, don't bother to bring it. So, and even the ones that we normally process, they're still smoking, because you can see they have smoking cabinets that we can process, but because we don't have order to process, it's just there hiding. For the farm, I have 4 staff. I was able to pay them last month from the savings I had, and then the little sales we had during the lockdown. For some of us that are privileged to go to the makeshift market, we're able to sell small, like 50 kg, which is so minimal compared to what we have in our spawn. So the little money I made from that, I used it to pay my staff salary. But this month, I don't know where I'm going to get money to pay them. I asked some of them to sit down at home. I actually told some of them that sit down at home, 2 of them to sit down, so that I will not have to pay 2. But they said, no, Alaja will be coming, whatever you have to give them, because they don't have the hope of getting money from elsewhere if they don't come to order. Whatever I have, I should give them. So I'm still thinking of where to get money to pay them.
For the aquaculture, we have a lot of fishes in our ponds, which we took loan to raise, and there are no sales, nowhere to sell them. We don't even, we try to smoke some because I'm into production too. I smoke some fish, so my smoke clean. They're in my freezer now, nowhere to sell them. If all these ones are sold, we won't be crying that loud. No money to feed, no money to do any other thing. We know that the government are trying, but we too are contributing our own quota.
Yes, businesses are reopening, but some restaurants, schools, and event centers remain shut, and this has affected the farmers.
The loss is enormous in the sense for the poultry aspect. I do broiler production for meat, and it's mainly 6 weeks. I know the birds I had before the lockdown, they were already 3 weeks old before the lockdown. So just under 3 weeks before the commencement of sales. But you know, because of the lockdown, there was no sales at all. So I just started giving it out, at a very, very cheap rate, in my neighborhood during the Easter period. Then the last one just left during this, the end of the fasting of the Muslim religion. But normally, as I did that 3 weeks, if not for the lockdown, once it's about 3 weeks plus, I take another order for a continuous, stocking. But because of the lockdown, there was no continuity, number one. Then the sales of the one that I stock, was halted. I couldn't do that. Then for the egg production for fowl, for the birds, there was no sales of egg because my major customer does egg roll at Agege. So she collects as much as 10 crates per week. And I have other people around that are collecting. But that business was also out of the way because she couldn't come out to sell egg roll. So supply for that one was out of the way. Then I have turkeys. I breed with my turkeys, local turkeys. So I have somebody that collects the eggs for me. We take it to the hatchery at Abeokuta. But because of the lockdown, no interstate movement, all the eggs that the birds laid those periods, all we did was to eat them. There was no way we could take them to Abeokuta for hatchery. And that's one problem we are facing because we have been talking about it. Lagos State don't have commercial hatchery at all. So during the lockdown, there were commercial hatchery in Lagos State. At least there was a pass for interstate movement. Would have been able to use the hatchery in Lagos State, to hatch those eggs. You can imagine you boiling up to 50 eggs of turkey. And when you take 50 eggs of turkey to the hatchery, you are sure of like 90% results. And the time of the lockdown was the time a day old of pot was being sold for 700 naira. So you can imagine you having 40 pots per week. Times 700. So those are the amount of money we lost. Even now that the lockdown is over, it's still skeletal. Now that they slow it down, it's still skeletal. We are just trying to, push it. But we need hatchery in Lagos because we are not praying for other pandemics to come. Something else could happen that we won't be able to go to Abeokuta or Ibadan, to go and you know, take our eggs for hatchery.
I fed this poultry, even despite how little they are, the eggs that we produce, we were unable to sell them. He said that even the little people that came, instead of the usual price, they beat the price down, and the price of the feed rise up. So that's how it affected me for the chicken. Though earlier, some of the chicken died. You can see this, I still have some spaces here. So it's supposed to be more than this. Earlier, some died, but with the little one that remain, we still find it difficult to sell our eggs. I sell 850, 800, 850. During this pandemic, the price fall to 600. You see people come from other places to give them at a cheaper rate. So they decided to abandon our own. For vegetable farm, though I have like 2 people that are cutting it in wholesales, people are coming to buy. But the problem now, we don't know where ants came from. Just ate part of the farm. Ate everything. If you see that side now, instead of living like that, just plant some water leaf and corn.
During the pandemic, some insects in form of worms entered the farm and were devouring the leaves. But unfortunately, I could not go out because of the lockdown. It was so painful. I watched the vegetable eaten by worms. That's number 1. Number 2, the feed I had at home then got finished, and I had to go and buy some other feed. But I didn't have the pass that were given to the farmers on time, because where I was supposed to go and collect it is far from where I am now. I was to go and collect it from ADP, and you know it's far from this place.
Where is ADP?
ADP is at Agege, and I'm here in Abule Egba, end of Abule Egba, Agbele Kale. I couldn't go there to collect it, so I couldn't go out to buy feed. I had to buy feed near me here. And the feed I bought was so bad. It's the one they had long ago that they couldn't sell, but they sold it because there was no feed around. And I gave them to my fish, and they died. Many of my fish died during that period. Then another thing, another area I was affected, not only myself, because as you can see behind you here, we have some other farmers. But I'm talking about mine. I'll talk about theirs later. I have a poultry pen. I normally stock my poultry pen by February ending / March. So I'll be able to sell them by December. Unfortunately, I could not go, and my customer could not buy for me because there was nowhere for him to go and buy. He couldn't go and buy me the seeds or call it the chicken that I will stock. I just gave him money this week. He went today, he's there at the market, he's bringing them tomorrow. So you see, I'm stocking my chicken farm very late. And they should be able to grow, they should grow enough to afford sales by December. So in that area, I'm highly affected. So this farm, as you are seeing, used to be very, 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 very good. They bring out good vegetable with wide leaves. But this year, because of what has happened, this pandemic, you see there is nothing. They are eaten up by worms. You are seeing ordinary feed. As at the time I bought the first one I planted by December, I bought a plastic of paint of ugu seed, 4,000 per plastic, per big plastic. But as at Monday that I went to go and replant, the one I will use that I've used now to replant this field, I bought half paint for 13,000. You can see the difference. I bought December 4,000. I bought this week 13,000 for half of what I bought 4,000. So this is what we are going through. Many of the vegetable farmers cannot plant vegetable now this year. How we will get vegetable in the market for this year, I don't know.
I got a loan of 5 million naira from Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. That was 2.5 years ago, and I have been paying monthly. But for the past, since the lockdown, I've not paid. But I heard in the presidential report that they should give some waivers to us. But up till now, the bank has not sent any formal notice to us whether they are deducting or not. But last month they didn't deduct formal. There's no money in the account for them to deduct anyway. But if they wanted to deduct and they did not see money in the account like that, they normally send text message that you have defaulted. But personally, they know I don't default, so they have not sent me any text message requesting for money because there's no money in that account. When we sell, I always put money in that account so that when it's time for them to deduct monthly, they deduct it. But they didn't deduct last month. There was no money there. I don't know how I'm going to settle it. I'm supposed to pay up by October this year. So by October it will be 3 years. But I've been paying since that time and I've never defaulted.
I took 600,000 as a farmer's loan from the microfinance bank. And I will be paying 95,000 every month, back to the microfinance bank. So I couldn't pay in April, and I've not been able to pay for me because of the sales of lockdown. There was no sales at all, so I couldn't do that. If I actually calculated that I will use that umbrella production, you understand, for the repayment of those loans. But that is hearted. But as farmer, we'll do year, go year, just looking for money to go and repay the loan because you're not going to tell your creditor that you didn't make sales. That's why you are not going to pay back their money. So we are really, in fact, it's a burden on how to pay back the loan. I'm expected to pay the loan every 17th of the month. But during the pandemic, I couldn't meet up because there was no sales. And even after that, there's no sales. So we have not been, and the microfinance bank only gave us a month. And that was the month of the lockdown. So they are expecting me to pay by the end of this month of February.
Most women that took loan. I, for instance, I took CBN loan. I'm supposed to be due in June. So they now call me, Madam, your loan will be due in June. I say, what the hell are you talking? Where did I work that I will be paying loan? Which work did you give me to come and use in paying your loan? But haven't you heard that the federal government has advised all finance institutions or banks that if you have customers that are on loan, you have to extend the dates for them. So it just dropped. I dropped too. They haven't called me back. If they call me, I'm ready to go to EFCC with them. Honestly, I'm ready to go to EFCC. Even the loan is there in their account. I cannot access it because it's in their coffers. I don't have access to it. Out of 10 million, I took 777. That is what they are calling me to come and pay. To come and pay loan. I said the money you are even calling me for is there. If you like, return everything. I don't care. I'm not even interested again. So I'm still waiting, Sha.
We hope that the federal government and the Lagos state government will come to the aid of these farmers quickly to avoid food scarcity.
Small scale women farmers, so fun. Small scale women farmers, so fun. Small scale women farmers, so fun. No farmers, no food, no nation.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns,
whatever I have done
every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? It's because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last one of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rose was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2 because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back, and then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Wherever you are, either at home, your office, or at a friend's, trust me when I say this is the show that keeps you abreast with the biggest entertainment, lifestyle, and current affairs stories, and sometimes even political. Welcome, this is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. To do today's analysis with me is my very own Ife Omai.
Hello.
What's good? What's good?
Good, good.
You're so hot, you're bunny yourself.
Hey,
Yeah. What's good, man? How you doing?
I'm okay.
What'd you do last night? What'd you get up to? I know you went to the beach.
Yeah, but I was telling you in the morning that I felt like yesterday was Friday. I had a Friday yesterday.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
What did you do? Something you can see on TV?
No, I first went to I don't want to give them sponsorship. It's in Ikoyi, so that was fun. We did a tournament for which I lost, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. And then we finished really late, and then I went to Boulevard for Mobad's performance.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
It dropped his EP.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was that?
2 packed. I think
Two
coronavirus
packed?
was just like, oh, you tease me. What's in my
No, but it's Mobad now. It's the Malians. You know how they do it
so
now.
I was very uncomfortable. There was like way
So where
too
were
many
you?
people.
Were you outside?
I left
mostly
as
in
soon
the
as
car?
I entered, and we followed like a bunch of friends and stuff. But I went to the seat. I just took my bag and I left.
Oh yeah.
But and even all of that, it was already like 2 a.m. So I had a very Friday night. I don't know why. But I woke up this morning, sticking back to
You're
work.
still looking all fresh.
That's how we do.
That's how star do. You get me? You woke up like this.
What about you? How was your evening?
My evening was good. I just slept. I spent most of my nights in bed watching Netflix, and basically I just had fun. Yeah, on my own. Yeah, that's the best type of fun when you by
It's
yourself.
allowed.
Yeah, I don't do anything until Fridays anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a must.
Yeah, it's a must, man.
Okay.
Because I'm the type of person that if I start my week with turn up, it ends with turn up. It keeps going. My turn up don't stop.
Well.
Yeah, it never stops. Anyways, enough about Ife and Ife. Now it's about you guys. And yes, good news, good news. Omale and Thames have been released by Ugandan authorities. According to the release order signed by the magistrate, Okomo Jude Mumwane, the charges against Omale Thames and the manager Muimba Awoniyi were dropped. Joining us to discuss more on this subject is Fawemi Foza Onyikonsola, an entertainment lawyer and a good authority on this subject matter. How you doing, Foza?
Hi guys, how you guys doing today?
We're great.
Well,
we're great.
how
We're
are
great.
you?
I know you like to be called Foza. So basically, we have good news on Tea Time today about Thames and Omale being released. But we've been following the story, and we felt the need to speak to an entertainment lawyer about the legalities of the actions of the Ugandan authorities on detaining Omale and Thames. So what's your take on that? Do you think they had every right to do that, and do you think they were treated accordingly?
So first of all, everybody has every country has their rules and regulation laws.
True.
And we all know that we're currently in the middle of a serious, deadly pandemic. I mean, some countries almost went to war, because of this situation, claiming that one country was deliberately infected the other country and whatnot. So there's a lot of strict regulation, worldwide. So I mean, opening back up into a society of performance, because we also need to understand that the industry that suffered the most during this pandemic has to be the creative industry, because one of the major sources of our revenue is live performance, and that has been halted for almost like the whole year. So opening back up, obviously there had to have been rules and regulations that, just like in Lagos, where we still have the curfew, even though we're no longer following it.
True.
We have I think 20 to 50 people limitation gathering. You have the face mask, you have the social distance, and all that, and countries have had to pass emergency laws to accommodate the pandemic rules and everything. So if they were found wanting, and found in breach of those laws, Uganda has the authority and right to charge them, to a court or something. But the peculiar situation, or the peculiar thing about this situation was, one, there was already a brawling unrest in Uganda before this incident. And I think there was a point where the Ugandans were complaining that they were shut off from the internet. It's kind of like the same situation that was happening here with NSAS. And they had their own situation over there also. So naturally, as a lawyer to clients that are performing, one of the things that I've had to do within this period, even before this pandemic and everything, when you are sending your clients outside, as a lawyer, you ensure that you have all security reinforcements, properly laid out. You ensure that, and we put that responsibility on the show promoters and organizers. We make sure that they've gotten all proper clearances from the event venue down to music licensing, down to anything that needs to be gotten. So, and we ensure that that sign, they show us the clearances and all that, visa and all that. So in this situation, I would have expected a more detailed due diligence, from Oma and Thames party. And I probably would have been very weary allowing them to go into that situation, because Uganda was clearly in an arrest. It's just like telling an American artist during the NSAS to come and do a performance in Nigeria. That would have been very disastrous, and very unsafe. So, but yeah, I think so. Uganda was well within its right, to activate whether you were infringing or you were in breach of its laws. But like I also just mentioned, there's also a political tussle undertone that was to it. So that was why we needed the Nigerian Foreign Affairs Department to step in, which they did, and negotiate a diplomatic, return and everything, because it was more of a political tussle undertone.
Just to pitch in a little bit, it's interesting that you're coming from that perspective, but I want you to be able to put me to the right track here. If the country is so under unrest and they have a rule that stipulates that you're not allowed to perform, which is what the local artists are also saying, that they've not been allowed. Is it that there isn't a communication thread with how systems work? Because if that was the case, why did you give these artists visas? And okay, let's say the department, the visa department is different from the immigration department or whatever. When you get to the airport, you have to state your reason as to why you're entering the country as a foreigner. There was, the performance stated there. They were not trying to hide that. And you also have the organizers who had planned this weeks before, and they were able to book halls and all of that. If you came to Nigeria during the NSAS period, you wouldn't have been able to book a hall, because we were not even allowed to do that, except it was like extremely hush-hush.
Are you sure?
Well, except it was extremely hush-hush. We didn't, I mean, if I'm going to open myself, even me, I did extremely hush-hush events, but we're not able to like blow things out of proportion and get all these things out and put posters and all of that. First of all, people are not even interested in doing that. So I feel like for the event planners to be able to go that far and put posters out, which they were, is it that there isn't any like, people are not talking to each other, and you can have a law in the country, but nobody else nobody else implements it. And then when I now come as an artist who's just doing my job, and you've promised or you've given me the validation that yes, I'm supposed to do that. The country has also given me a visa, basically backing me up to say, okay, yes, you can go ahead. Why is it then now the artist, who doesn't even have any qualifications in implementing those laws anyway, it's supposed to be the NCDC of that country.
I think she got that question.
So I want to know, like, I'm trying to ask my question in a way that's saying, why would you put all that consequence on the artist?
So unfortunately, the uselessness of Africa is Africa-wide. So it's not. I'm not surprised. Like I said, we woke up this morning and they're telling us to attach our name to our SIM. Doesn't make any sense to you. It's Africa. It's just unfortunate like I also said, there's also a political undertone to it, because like you rightly explained, these are the things that you expect to be normal, right? But it isn't. And because of that, we now have to take on the responsibility of being extra careful. I had a situation last year where a friend of mine, our brother was arrested in Ghana for murder. And what was he doing? He just drove by the scene of the incident, and I think they shot him to the air and he laid down flat, and they caught him and said he was the one that shot. I know what we had to go through to bring him out, even after they caught the real killers. So the uselessness is everywhere, So I don't know what went on down in Uganda and everything, but the key question, which they were going to ask, was, were they, that is Omale and Thames, found wanting in the breach of the law? That's the first fundamental question. And the answer, for them,
yes.
that's the Uganda, was yes, because they would also counter and tell you, if you have done your due diligence well, or you should be aware that if this had passed their COVID regulation, you as an artist, because you have the influence, should have pulled the plug. Do you understand? So it's, for them, that's going to be their own defense, and that's what I'm trying to establish, that line for them to be able to exercise what they did was available. I mean, when we get to court, you can probably argue this argument and do all that and throw, put your indemnity clause and everything. But like that line, that fundamental question was what they built on to be able to,
all right.
To do the arrest and everything.
But
so it's just, I think what just lesson for everybody, right, is just like, we now understand that, going to other people's countries, we have to be extra careful and extra judicious and doing our due diligence and stuff. So I typically will,
Sorry, just to butt in really quickly. Why do you think, on what grounds do you think they release them? I mean, if you're saying that giving a visa, it still doesn't mean that you don't have a responsibility to make sure that I've set the standard that I've kind of broken by giving you the visa. But okay, why do you think they now finally change their mind? Is it because they are of influence and there was a lot of pressure? Like, if something like that happened to me, maybe I wouldn't have been released. Like, what grounds legally do you think they release them for?
It was like they stated, on diplomatic negotiation. It wasn't on anything. Let's not get it twisted. Whether we did free this, hashtag this, or whatever, it was simply diplomatic relations, right?
Yeah.
And as much as the foreign affairs department need to do 100% much better, because I feel like our foreign image reputation is quite on bottom zero right now. But I think it was really just the diplomatic conversations that was had between both countries, because they're a sovereign country, and it's the same way nobody's going to do hashtag something in Nigeria and we'll just cave in to answer. And our government have shown us that no matter the hashtags you do, they will do what they need to do, So it's the same thing every other place. So I'm sure it was just, diplomatic conversation and stuff, because, it was just diplomatic conversations.
All right, Foza, you have been amazing so far. But before we let you go, because we're running out of time and we need to go on a quick break, but what would be being an entertainment lawyer that you are, what would be your advice to other artists that plan to travel out, this period, especially during the pandemic, for a concert? What would be your advice to them?
First of all, I was very happy and excited that they took the right visa, because a lot of what our artists do is they go to another person's country, take a tourist visa, and you go and do a concert and show, and you expect that if kata to bust, they will not catch you. Like, please, when you're traveling to other countries, take the proper visas, take the proper work permits, do your due diligence on the promoters themselves. Some promoters are so shady that you get there, and I've seen situations, you go to Cyprus and your client is stranded, then you wake me up in the middle of the night, I'm running helter-skelter, trying to, always sign agreements. It saves everybody a lot of hassle. And also, as much as possible when you're traveling, try as much as possible to establish relationships in all these embassies, so that the Nigerian embassies in these places, so that if anything happens, you have like a direct link. And I think generally the industry has to come together and have a strong performing musician association body that can also help you faster. So if there's an issue like this, you place a call to your P-man and they can place a call to the embassy, and we can have these conversations and stuff. So I think generally we all have to do better as an industry to creating stronger bargaining power, and also just fundamentally just doing the right thing. So sign your agreements, get the right proper work permits, do your due diligence on promoters and event organizers, and I think we can curtail,
Thank you so much, Foza, for joining us and sipping some tea with us. Even though we don't see your cup of tea, but I guess it's by your side, right? Thank you so much, Foza, for joining us. And Tea Time will be right back after the short break. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And yes, that was Foza before we even move into the next story. So I think it's clear now that Uganda did the right thing. You know, they were only following the law and they were doing what they were supposed to do. So it's not right.
Well, I mean,
it's just the truth.
No, she did keep mentioning political unrest. So I think that has a lot to do with it.
No, it doesn't. Aside from the political unrest, she's also saying that, look, certain countries have laws, and then when you go there, you need to make sure that before you go for a concert, you need to make sure that you're meeting with the laws of this country. So it's not a thing of it's the organizer now. We all owe that duty of diligence, and
I mean, even before Foza came, we've always said everybody had a responsibility. I personally, I just didn't think the treatment that they got was necessary. And
but that's how they would have treated their own.
It's not
because that's how they would have.
I don't think so. Well, that's why I kind of like that she kept mentioning political unrest, because if the country is already tense, it's very different. It's like trying to say that Nigeria is the way it is when we were functioning with NSAS. Like the government was moving very different, the people were moving very different. It's just a very different time. So I wouldn't say that if this happened 2 years ago when things were normal, there was no COVID, there wasn't any political unrest.
If there was no COVID, do you think they would have arrested 10? Now, I'm surprised you're talking about the political unrest, because if you're talking about 2 years ago, there was no COVID-19. So, of course, they would have gone to perform in Uganda.
What I'm saying is that the political unrest that Foza mentioned cannot be ignored. That obviously had a part to play. That's what she said. Except she wants to say what she was saying did not make sense.
She said the country was under political unrest already,
yes,
but it didn't have a part to play in whether or not they were breaking the rule.
I'm talking about the treatment of their breaking the rule is what I'm talking about.
Okay, what treatment exactly can you
Putting
say?
them in handcuffs.
That's how they would have treated their own
I
during
don't think,
the COVID-19.
personally speaking, I don't think so. But moving on from that, I also like that she mentioned artists getting tourist visas to perform. I've never really thought about it like that. And I don't know for sure, actually, what visas the artists got. So, because I always used to mention, like, if I'm going to say that I'm going to perform at a country, political unrest, COVID-19, you grant me that visa. It's it's not sitting well with me. That doesn't make any sense. But now that she said it, I don't even know what kind of visa. Like for all you know, they didn't actually state outrightly that I'm coming to perform. Maybe they went as tourist people or whatever. Like there's a lot that could have happened, especially depending on the show promoters that she also mentioned who can be dodgy as well. So I'm sure there's more to the story that we're not aware of, but I'm glad it's over and that they're
And
back
I think
home.
Omale also mentioned that is there more to this than I know, that because it was being set up in Uganda. But we're glad Omale and Thames, our baby girl, have been released, and then we hope they get back home soon. You know, why they want to try me?
I think they're
try
home.
me. Yeah. So no, I mean home, like home.
Right.
Yeah.
Wasn't like
Tea time table.
Okay,
Come on, this
alright.
is home.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can't wait to get you guys home. So when you guys come, we'll probably get you, your very hot cup of coffee or tea, whatever you like. So just stay with us. And yeah, Burna Boy has done it again. He's twice as tall, always standing twice as tall. And this time, he dreamt through the eyes of a boy in a new video for Way Too Big. A tale of self-vaunting laced with copious braggadocio and brazen statement like your back and your spinal cord, it go break if you carry my weight. And all of them now combine. If you want try, yeah, do them if it easy. But I can't do it like Burna Boy himself, so I'm just gonna let you see the video and we will be right back.
And I tell you my God, you know my style, you know the chance, then it's all up, babe. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you go die, baby. It been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All up when I come back, you one try, but you do I'm if it easy. Who bad enough, who do it like her? Waking up all my cellular work. Your back and your spine, how could you go break? Carry my weight, because I'm way too big. Big to be with you, with you, because I'm way too smart to be with you. Try with you, because I'm way too cool to be losing my cool. Julie, I bring the thunder like Moody. They say I'm on drugs, see me on moody. But everything they talk, still know they do me. That's not because me, I be screwy. Before my life changed, I lived in a movie. Used to roll with the shank just like Julie. Still fuck God cause I'm unruly. Beat my case cause I'm hungry. Took my place as the shine papa of the Nigerian beauty. Because I'm way too big. Way too big to be with you. With you. Because I'm way too smart. Way too smart to be with you. Try with you. Because I'm way too cool. Way too cool to be losing my cool.
African giant Burna Boy has been sighted on top of Nigerian breweries billboard.
And I tell you my God, you know my style, you know the chance, then it's all up, baby. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you go die, baby. It's been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All of them come back, you one try, but you do I'm if it easy.
Because I'm way too big. Continue. Way too big to be. All right, man. That was an amazing video. And what do
Yeah,
you think? I think
definitely.
Burna Boy is very creative, and his team, they've just been putting in the work to just make sure that, man, whatever they do, they just make sure that this guy is always looking good. Because there's no way you can hate a Burna Boy after seeing this video, because he looks so amazing, and then it just shows the dream of, you know, the little kids these days, and they're the leaders of tomorrow, which is what they told me. You know, I'm still yet to be a leader, but I'm leading. Yeah, but you know, that's what they told us, yeah, that they're the leaders tomorrow. So it's okay for people to dream and then believe in yourself. No matter what it is, just believe in it, and you can always achieve it. And then it's also self-gratification, where you look at yourself and you're like, I'm way too big to be with you.
It's definitely a brag song, but it's a good kind of brag song. I feel like, when the video came out, it kind of made me think, I've not heard this song in such a long time, and listening to it again was really nice. It is a banger. It's one of those songs you should probably listen to before you start your day, like as you're getting dressed, because just puts you in this time
in
kind
that mood of knowing that, man, you are the one.
Like I'm the best thing after fried rice, like I always say. Anyway, I really liked the video. I thought it was really clean. I can see a lot of inspirations from a few videos I already know exist. But I think they did it really well, and he made it his own for sure. I like the intentionality of everything. It seemed like he was trying to take you out of one world into another. They were very, very different concepts. And usually when people do that, it becomes a bit too much. Like you're all over the place because it's not intertwined throughout the whole music video. But he did it so well that even despite the fact that he was taking you to a pink room and they'll bring you out and taking you through an upper view dimension, and it takes you into a photo shoot place, and then he's in a press release, like it was still like in sync, and it still felt like a mood and everything. So I think a really big kudos to what's his name? Meji. A really big kudos to him. I also like the product placement that obviously the bloggers have also picked up online. If you go and see the what's it called, the criticisms of this video, is that he did it really smart, and it was really cool. I'm sorry, I couldn't just still help thinking, so what about Steph? Like, what's happening? How are you guys?
Okay, I think that's a question Burna Boy would have to answer himself whenever he comes home. You know, this is home. Yeah, whenever he comes home, we'll be waiting for Burna Boy to explain to us what's going on between himself and what's it called, Steph London right now. But I think you know, Way Too Big is just a jam, and it's just a song of the year. If you are still alive, sing that song in 2020. You're way too big to be, you know, with anybody who isn't on your wavelengths. You get me? Because right now some of us are so wavy. You feel me? Yeah. So big shout out to Burna Boy, but we need to move on to the next story, and we will stay twice as tall on this one. As OAP has exposed a street beggar who rented someone's baby to beg. She explained that after she saw the woman begging with her children, she took them to a rehab center to rehabilitate them, only to see the woman again on the street with another child that is allegedly not ours. However, when she confronted the beggar, asking her where she got another child from, the woman ran off with the baby. Aunt Landa, whose real name is Yolanda N. Judge David, is a Caucasian media personality resident in Nigeria. She has now pleaded with Nigerians to stop giving women with babies money as to discourage them from renting babies to beg with. But we have a friend who shared a first-hand experience with us. You know, this one is coming from somebody else, but a first-hand experience will be shared shortly, so see that video.
So I'd usually pass Lekki Axis on my way to work, and this particular day I had wound down because there was this woman I always used to see with 2 children, and it was so obvious they were not her children. And so that day I just, sort of threatened her and said to her I was going to take her to the police, and I knew they were not her children. Once I said that, she literally fled, but the money she came to beg for was no longer, important, and then she just fled, and that was it.
All right, so that's a first-hand experience. So, my bad, Aunt Yonder is actually black and not Caucasian. And yes, so we got a first-hand experience from Irene Ubani, who is also a media personality, who shared her own story of how she saw a woman with kids and she wanted to help, and then the woman fled. You know, she even tried in there that she was going to call the cops and all that. So what's your take on all of this?
It's definitely a hustle, an illegal one at that. But it's simple math. They know that people are sympathetic. Most people are, especially with children. Children are vulnerable and need to be taken care of. So the urge to want to help somebody who is that vulnerable as a child is just human nature. And obviously they know that psychology, and they know that math, and they know that it works. So it's not that, sometimes Very few times it's because they have to. A lot of the times it's just a mathematical formulation of this is my hustle. This is what I'm going to do. I need a child. The child must not be more than 4. The child must look hungry. I must look like this and this and this and this and that. And then they go on the street and beg. I remember when I was a lot younger, I used to be so sad that my mom wouldn't give someone on the road money that if he begged or if the person begged or whatever. But as soon as I got older, especially knowing how much resources we have in place, especially a place like Lagos, for children, for mothers, for single parents, for widows, for like free school, feeding schemes that the government has put in place, you realize that a lot of these people are intentionally staying on the road. It's not that they don't have an option or that they want to leave. I remember when I used to go a lot to Freedom Way, and I asked one of those ladies, because they used to run with me, and I like kids, so I actually play, and I don't like giving them money, so I'll buy food, which is what I do. So I don't want them to go give it back to their parents. I'll buy food and then we'll all eat. Sometimes I'll eat with them and stuff. And I remember asking one of the people that if they have gone and looked for another job or whatever, if they'll be interested in that. I said no. And then I asked her that, how much are you getting paid on how much are you earning per month? And she said between 60 to 70K, but it's not enough. I'm just like,
whoa.
Wow. Okay. So, of course, she's going to find another baby to put on the road. It's a mindset thing. Until the government gets involved. Another thing I want to say is that I liked her ginger saying that 2021, we're going to face it hands-on.
Yeah.
I think you need to get the government involved. First of all, start making it really illegal to do that. And secondly, putting resources for them to go to. So you can't make you can't solve one problem by creating another problem. If you take them off the streets, make sure that there are places, and there are places actually. There are a lot of places. Until we start saying that the places are full, then we have another conversation. But if the government can get involved and start to put policies around that, then maybe we can start to save them. Because away from just begging, some people might say, "Oh, mind your business is just begging. Let them just beg." It's actually quite toxic
been
for
getting
the children.
people say that to her, like it's none of your business. You don't need to get involved.
Yeah, no, you have to get involved. These children's lives are at risk. They get molested on a daily. They get robbed. They use them for kidnapping and rituals now and stuff. So it really shouldn't be happening.
All right, so my take personally is nobody's saying do not be kind, do not be nice to people you see on the street. If you feel like giving, please, by all means, give. But be sure, especially when you see that kids are involved, it's actually very imperative for you to know that, look, if I'm giving to this person, it's this child for this person. Because you never know. Some of these people just gather kids around them, use them, and then they just let them, and without any care, some of them, the adult is actually the one who gets the benefit, and these kids are still left with just one meal a day, and they're not properly fed, they're not properly clothed, and they're not properly educated. In fact, education is not even their thing. They just believe that, okay, this is a grind, this is a family business. Some people have taken it up like this is a family business. This is the line in which we're going to toe. So be very careful when you give, especially in this Christmas season, because it's Christmas and we're already in that vibe mode. So sit back, relax, and enjoy some music videos as tea time. We'll be going on a quick musical break. Don't go nowhere.
Why?
You have to copy that,
Yeah, man. I got the game. Stone boy, come to show them my grind. Even a copy of today. Nobody can stop we now. See the love where we get it just the elevate. Virus can't catch me now. See my software, it be up to date. Girl, you look so cool. Make me wanna give you all and more. I feel your love so true. Woman, that's all I'm looking for.
Fine, baby. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, baby. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
Calma. You got to know, say, now me feel calma. Wine for me now, no. Wine for me, wine for me. Karma, karma, karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma, karma, karma. Oh.
Why you laugh on me face? Why you look at me like that? You have to copy that. Yeah man, copy that. It's Kelpie vibes.
Give me something I can't deny. Your body no dey lie. When I text girl, you don't reply. Oh girl, you don't reply. Give me something I can't deny. Something I can't deny. Oh my God, say your body bad. Oh girl, your body. Oh my baby Jolene. Say you be promise me, say you no go leave. Oh no, yeah. Say before we dey medical. Oh my baby, I could. Now you don't get my time. Time. Oh, oh. I did that for you. I did that. Oh no. I did that for you. I did that. Oh no. Girl, I lie for you. Give me special loving, baby, I'll die for you. You know, no. Oh, girl, I'll ride for you. And if it's not enough to die, girl, I'll live my life for you. No. Oh, my baby Jolene. Say you be promise me, say you no go leave. Oh, no, yeah. Say before we dey medical. Oh, my baby, I could. Now you don't get my time. Oh. I did that for you. I did that. I did for you. Oh no. I did that for you. I did that. I did for you. Oh no. I did that for you. I did that. Oh no. I did that for you. I did that. I did for you. Oh no. Give me something I can't deny. Your body no dey lie. When I text girl, you don't reply. Oh girl, you don't reply. Give me something I can't deny. Something I can't deny. Oh my gosh, say your body bad. Oh girl, your body bad. I did for you, babe. I did for you, babe. I'm on the top, baby. I'm on the top, baby. Oh. I did for you, babe. I did for you, babe.
5. Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. I'm sure you enjoyed all of that good music vibe. Yes, that's how we do it, and that's how star do. And yes, I'm with my star girl, Ife. Oh my, what's good?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
All right, but man, I'm taking you to the wildlife. Are you ready?
Okay.
Are you ready?
It depends, though.
What's your wild side? Show me your wild side.
I don't think so.
You don't have any wild side? Can you make any animal sound? Just one.
You make it for me. Oh my God.
Show me yours. I just did mine. Any animal sound?
Hi, I'm an animal.
Oh, okay. It's all good. All right, so this next segment, we're going to go into wildlife, like I said. And these are some animals you never knew existed. Welcome to the wildlife. Welcome back. I'm sure you enjoyed your trip to the wildlife, and those are some animals that you never knew
I didn't know you were
existed.
going to show us your sister. You look like one of them. So
No, I saw you. I look like one of them, but I saw you in there. Come on. But it's all good. I'm sure you guys have been educated right now, and yes, that's what it is. And there's some animals that you don't even know exist. But we have more stories. But before we even take those stories, we need to go on a break. And tea time. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Alrighty.
Keep watching.
Plus events.
Plus event. Plus event. Plus TV Africa.
Missed out? Don't be left out as we bring to your screen your favorite social diary events on Plus Events, bringing you fun, information, and of course, entertainment. Hello everyone and welcome to the latest event show on the planet. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time. Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, and yes, we've had so much fun on the show today.
Yeah, we have.
We're keeping it less talk, more music and more vibes for you guys. So it's still in the spirit of Christmas, just not to get you guys bored. But we still have to discuss a few more stories. And this one is on Mariah Carey, who is to host a virtually Airbnb Dome New Year's Eve, event, and the vacation rental company is offering this unbelievable one-night stay under the New Year's Eve ball at Times Square. The lucky person who books this, along with their guests, will stay on Nasdaq's outdoor terrace, where they will sleep and chill inside their very own geodesic dome with panoramic views of the Crystal Ball and the Big Apple for that matter. Mariah's virtual hosting duties include her serenading the lucky guests, plus there's also a $5,000 shopping credit for shops along Fifth Avenue or local Times Square shops. What do you think of this?
No, let me go and book my Airbnb, innit?
And it's going for a lot of $12,
I know, it's a crazy thing.
Yeah, it is. And I think, well, before we even
But
focus
it's not
on...
invasive. Like, would they know when they are booking the room that that's what's going to happen?
Yes.
Okay,
No, you're actually booking it. That's why it's in the news already. Right. That look. So a lot of people...
No, but like the exact Airbnb that you should go and book.
Yes, no, but
So it's to be fastest finger first.
Okay,
do you know what I mean? Like, how do you book the Airbnb knowing that that's Mariah Carey's one?
You're actually going to be booking for the Marikari concert, you know,
Right.
making sure that you are part of the people. So the earlier it's first come, first serve,
basics,
yeah,
okay.
basics. So
Right.
you can book an Airbnb, but it won't be for this. Do you
Yeah, yeah,
understand?
yeah, yeah,
So there are some people that are out there right now, they are struggling, elbow to
fam.
elbow, like, man, I must be part of this. And then have you seen the images of what the Airbnb place would look like? It's absolutely beautiful. You know, it looks like a tent, you know, that looks like a place, you know, somewhere you just want to be booed up, you know, the booed up gang. I don't know, you want to be booed up? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's for the booed up gang, you know. This thing is actually very, very romantic. So if you're thinking about a place to go and propose to your girl right now, I think this is like the best.
And Mariah Carey
thing.
singing
And then
in
if
the
Mariah
background.
Carey is saying, oh my, she'll just sing one
Hey,
song. And then
wahala.
even if she doesn't want to say yes, even if she doesn't
Pressure.
like you, that song, she'll say yes and divorce you next year. But first off, she will say yes.
I know.
Yeah. But I think it's really amazing that you know, that really went down, and then she's actually taken. But one thing I took away from all of this is that, man, we need to be a little bit more innovative, especially our African artists. I don't want to focus on Nigeria now. You see a lot of these international stars, you know, taking different steps to making sure that they still stay in touch with their fans regardless. Do you understand? But you see a lot of these people just, you know, on the low complaining COVID-19. You know, this is a way to stay in touch, you know. Take some people out to a hotel, you know, maybe just 5 people, and then just give them an exclusive show, and then they get to post it on their page. Their own followers are seeing what you're doing. You know, you're still keeping in touch with the fans, and you stay connected. You know, when Rema did that thing and he took a lucky fan out, you know, that's a way of connecting. So I think we shouldn't just stop, oh, because of COVID-19, the world should stop. The world shouldn't stop. Let's keep going. Let's keep making that money, because it's really important. What do you think?
I mean, I think for me, that was the same thing as well, that we should have more of that in Nigeria. I don't think the artists are doing a good job at that giving back spirit and giving back in a way that's really thoughtful, not just give away, like tag 3 people under my post and then I'll pick randomly. Like something really thought after, and you make somebody feel special, and you know, you're really connected to your fans and stuff. That's why I really like that Remus thing that you just mentioned. It was such a breath of fresh air, because we've never really seen that. By now, Whiskey should have gone on like 10 of those since his period and stuff, especially when you're so influential. Like you'd see what's it called, Justin Bieber in people's houses, giving them like surprise visits. Okay, another person is Adekunle Gold. I think he did a really good job in trying to
Even
connect
the
with
bad
this.
guy. Well, not during the COVID.
Yeah. But even Justin Bieber, he would go to people's houses, or he would involve himself in like family, like just surprise families, and really, it's really sweet, in my opinion. And I think we need to do more of that. But I think over here too, we're a little bit more money conscious, and we don't really have a giving spirit, in my opinion. I think there's like the disparity between the people who do it and the people who don't is way too big.
All right, so this brings me back to the DMW concert, which is supposed to come up on the 28th. Suppose that, don't say you heard it from me, but, you know, a little bit told me that it might be postponed, but, you know, just a little bit, and I may be wrong. You never know, but, you know, I'm just giving you a heads up in case you have things planned. Start planning a plan B, yes. But, you know, this is for the Davido concert. When I saw a table for 5 million, to book a table, 5 million naira, and in my opinion, I'm like, 5 million naira in this pandemic season.
Bro, are you playing?
No, I know people are making money, but no, that
5
is
million,
not,
somebody's 50,000 naira. Don't play.
It's not for the regular. That's what I'm saying. Now, that's the giving back spirit we're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about that. So please make your money in your concert, JJ. If you want to put 10 million on your table, I'm talking about when you're not making money, when you're not making concerts, like in your daily life. Why can't you just give one fan an attention or something, be creative?
I think this year has been, you know, crazy enough. Yeah, like you said, it might be somebody else's 50,000 naira, but at the end of the day, we all want to be happy. We all want to connect with them.
What are you saying? That 5 million is too much to charge?
For a table. Really? This period? Really?
This period? Are you playing? Do you know how many people have made millions?
Okay, so if we're talking in terms of ratio, do you know how many people
and
have
it's in
not
that
made
ratio,
a dime?
but they not ask the people that have not made a dime to go and do 5 million naira.
But the people that haven't made a dime are also your fans. How about that?
Is it all the tables that are 5 million? There's no other
2 million.
how bad? There's even people with no table.
10K,
exactly. You do the one that you
5K.
can do, and bear in mind that 5 million is a table. It's not actually
and
one
it will come
seat.
with some freebies as well.
Exactly. It's okay.
Well,
if
5 million naira, I don't consider anything freebies. If I pay 5 million, I want everything.
And you see, people, I think it's even smart because you have to cater for everybody. There's some people that just want that type of exclusivity, and they have the money to spend. What am I going to do with the table for 5 million? But I'm sure there'll be a tax bracket for my clients.
I'll get a table for 5 million.
I respect that. Let's go. You said on national TV it's happening.
Yeah. 5 million there. My 50,000 there. Come on, what are you talking about, man? I can afford it now.
Of course.
In fact, I'm doing 2 tables.
Okay.
For a lucky fan, hit me up. You know, if you have my Instagram at Mr. Fire, you know, just follow at Mr. Fire, and of course, just send me a DM. And maybe I'll get you. I'll put you on my table. But you know, yeah, I'm also Mr. Fire 1 on Twitter. You already know. And talk of Ife Omai.
Talk to Ife Omai. But I'm not buying anybody's table, so please don't text me.
No, she'll be there. So in case you want to see talk to Ife Omai, you know, you can tell her and be like, are you going to be there? What time will you be there? You know, just get information from her when she's going to be with me. Yeah, but that's what it is. And then that's how we say thank you for watching. And of course, you can join the show by the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on this episode and all our exclusive contents by subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also watch TeaTime on Alto TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you will always go to my co-anchor, Ife Omai, and the entire production team. Peace and love, and we'll see you tomorrow. But before we go, enjoy Way to Be.
And I tell you my God, you know my style, you know big chance, then it's all up, baby. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All of them come back, tell you one try, but you do want me for easy. Who bad enough, who do we like, waking up all my cellular, your back and your spine, how could you go break, carry my weight, because I'm way too big. Too big to be with you. With you. Because I'm way too smart. Way too smart to be with you. Try with you. Because I'm way too cool. Way too cool to be losing my cool. Julie, I bring the thunder like Moody. They say I'm on drugs, see me on Moody. But everything they talk, still know they do me. That's not because me, I be screwy. Before my life changed, I lived in a movie. Used to roll with the shank just like Julie. Still fuck God cause I'm unruly. Beat my case cause I'm on jury. Took my place as the shine papa of the Nigerian brewery. Because I'm way too big. Way too big to be with you. With you. Because I'm way too smart. Too smart to be with you. Try with you. Cause I'm way too cool. Way too cool to be losing my
African giant Brother Boy has been sighted on top of Nigerian breweries billboard.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
When I retired, yes, on 13, my girlfriend called me, said that if I want to travel, At last, okay, may I look at our feet. That time I did with my husband, and they work for pure water factory. They manage the money, they pay me 8,000 naira at that time, 18,000. Manage money to the feed, take care of my two children. And of course, okay, make I come Dubai. And of course, how that side, say that side, they okay, may I come. That's okay, no wahala. I said, but I not get money to come that side. Because I know what in go. Best one man day, the man go take care of my documents, everything. That's okay, no wahala. So I can do my passport. I can go. When I reach home, my man say I don't meet a good place. Say that from that place go, everything don't dey okay for me. I understand. Then my whole suffering start already. Then I can't do. My girlfriend and they talk normal for phone before. Suddenly, just everything, as I just reach, everything change. Everything changed totally. I see one black guy come, say for today go and be my oga. And so oga for waiting. He say na money wey take carry me can I get to pay. And I say, but this will not be our agreement. He say I need to pay the money. He say in the night I get to dress up, go outside, go also the money. I call and say, all these things not be waiting me and you guys talk for I come up for Nigeria. Not be all these things you promised me. Why you want to maltreat me like this? I call say, well, I know where to run to. No anybody when I know. I come and buy. In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men. Come ask. The day when I'll bring money, that day I will eat. The day I'll not bring money, I will stay hungry. I can't do one like that to see. Can't reach 3 months. Then the guy called me. Say, no. My paper already expire. I want to go back to Nigeria. I said, I don't feel go back. I don't get 15 naira. I don't get any money. I want to go back to Nigeria. All my money when they make it, they give you now. I want to start if I reach Nigeria. I want to take off my 2 children when I leave for us. Then he tell me, say no, say I need to go back or if police catch me, I'm on my own. I call the crack and say, God, which kind of life be this one? God, how if you take more for you now? God, which kind of life be this one? The other night, I come, after I eat finish, I come see back my dress come out. So I just come out. Wait till I see police. 3 of them. They say, where my paper? And my paper already expired. I say, oh, God, no get paper, no paper. They say, my brother say, oh, God, no get paper. Wait till I do the point call for my hand. I see myself for prison, for station. So I reach there, they say, and I say, may I bring my paper? I call the guy. Oh, God, how far? Police already catch me. He say, as police don't catch me now, me I not get any business. For today, from now on, may I do my own. May I not even try and call your number again. And then I come cut the call. I come declare, I say, God, which kind of life be this one? God, I need your help. God, I need your help. God, I need your help. And then the CID man come say, where my paper? And I say, I don't see my paper. I say, okay. They need to deport me. Now I say no wahala, so far I reach my country safe. They say, no, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. I say 3 months for prison. I say, what? They say I need to stay for prison for 3 months. Now I can say, because when they catch me along the road. Because why I define man that night. And second, my paper already expire. Because I need to serve, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. Can't stay for prison for 3 months. Without only one cloth when I wear. Now, all that cloth, I continue until the marriage in 3 months. And then I can say, God, I need freedom. God, I need your help. God, if you feel rescue me for a year, anywhere I go, I must serve you. After my 3 months, they expire. They can carry me, come and I say, okay, now I'll go buy my tickets. I need to come back to Nigeria, my ticket, though. I don't get money for tickets. I'm going to say, okay, I don't get money for tickets. Any year now, I don't do me. I don't get money to buy tickets. Nothing. I don't get anybody to call. So say I buy tickets. In the morning, I just see CID woman just come. Say I come out. Carry me go this thing, their office. He say I said don't buy ticket for me. I say, who buy ticket for me? He say I don't ask question. Say, don't buy ticket. Some say, they never book my ticket already. Ha! I say, Jesus. This one a miracle. I say, Jesus, thank you. Don't let me rot for you. I say, Jesus, thank you. Jesus, thank you. They now carry me back to prison again. I see in the evening of it, they say, Rita, come out. You are free to go. I say, God, is this miracle? God, is this miracle? I say, God, is this miracle? I started rejoicing. I started happy. I said, God, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Jesus. They now put me inside vehicle, take me to airport, and I enter the plane. That enter plane finish. I said, God, who I know for Lagos when I go meet now? Plane can't drop. Who I know for Lagos? We are for start for Lagos. Who I want go meet for Lagos? Can't get one girl we stay beside me. Come and say, babe, how far? See my condition. I don't get where they go for Lagos. I bet you know anybody might feel follow you stay. The guy say, man, no worry, man. He get guests when they take care of. If we reach Lagos, he go take care of me. He will get where we'll go. They go polish me. They go give me fine clothes. I will live normal life. We'll go out, go the flex, and enjoy. After the girl they tell me all this, I consider say God. My mate can't come back say, now what you promise God, make God do, what you tell God say you won't do, now you won't do so. You come up for where you shower, you won't see enter a shower again. And what you talk say you won't do be this one. And my mate say no. I tell God, say, God, if God release me from prison, the first place I fair go na church. When wants to go back to prostitution again? And my God say, no, not follow this girl. Not follow this girl. This girl won't follow, so not follow her. I go, so if I don't follow this girl, who I can't follow? I can't sit down, I can't cry. Only me I can't cry. Can't come down for Kenya. As we come down for Kenya, let's come down for Kenya. We got to enter plane again. We won't come back to Nigeria. I can't sit down. One lady can't sit down near me.
My name is Ayodeji Lawrence, and I coordinate the Praying Hannah's ministry. So I went to Kenya to minister at a women's conference. That was in 2017 March. And on my way back, I got on the flight. I went with my friend. She's a bit, plummier than I am. She was meant to sit in the middle of the three-seater. I said, sis, you are big. It's a bit on the big side. You sit by the aisle. Let me sit in the middle. So I sat in the middle, and it happened that Rita sat at the extreme end of the seat. And as I sat down, I just noticed she was heaving. I thought maybe it would just be one sigh, and that would be it. But it continued. And I looked at her. I said, I hope all is well. She said, no, all is not well. And I said, so tell me, what is it? She said she was not going to tell me. And I said, no, I'm going to hold on to the first thing that you said, that all is not well. I said, tell me exactly what is wrong with you. And that was how she started her whole story.
So see, as I say, go Dubai. See, I shower when they do. See, as I say, stay for prison for 3 months. See, as God set me free. Now, I don't get where to go. See, lady when they beside me for them, I don't follow and go. I go see start the same prostitution again. That lady can say no. As far as you tell God, say you won't go here, go serve her. I won't carry you go our church. I say, Mama, they carry me go church? He say yes. I say, you just now church, they carry me, they go. I say yes. See, it's gonna fall out of my head. He say, no, don't cry. He say, for now go, your suffering is finished. And I say, okay. And I say, okay. Are you sure? He say yes. He say, don't cry again. Don't cry. I say, Mama, are you sure? He say yes. He said, for today go, you be my responsibility. And the man said, Mama, are you sure? He said, don't cry. Don't cry again. Just sleep. Don't cry. I said, Mama, that's okay. He said, take this paper. Read it. Wipe away your problem. Just be reading it. I said, no. Mama, he said, don't worry. Sleep. Don't cry again. I said, just sleep. And I said, okay. I said, God, thank you. As far as this lady brings lady for me to help me, I say, God, thank you. I just say, God, thank you. God, thank you. Jesus, thank you. After all the other thing, our plane come down. This lady hold my hand, say, come follow me. I say, Mama, say they will help me. Immigration people will help me. I don't have passport. He say, don't worry. I say, for now, God will take care of you. I say, Mama, he said, don't worry, follow me. Let's go.
And for me, there were a few things that struck me in the whole process. Because normally when you're deported, there's always someone that stays with you, maybe a custom officer or something, or maybe someone who is in charge of the law or something. But in our own case, she was the only one. And she was even allowed to sit with the other passengers, because normally I think they sit at the back, of the cabin. And for me, that was really, really a strange setting. So that was how we got talking. She was crying. I told her not to cry, just pacifying her and all. In the process, I led her to Christ, because that's one of the things I believe as a child of God. You should be able to let other people know what you are enjoying. So she gave her heart to Christ in the process. I was like, Lord, what do? I can't leave her this way. And the love home came to mind. I put a call through, but unfortunately they said because I'm an individual, I'm not coming from an organization, they won't be able to take her up. And I said, okay, what else can I do? And I called church. And church, I spoke with Pastor Emmanuel.
Mrs. Ayo Lawrence, the head or founder of the Praying Hannah's Ministry, approached me on a particular day, and she said she had a case in her hands and she wanted me to get involved and help out. And then she told me of an encounter with Rita on her flight coming from Kenya. And I felt, wow, this is interesting. In my mind, I was thinking, okay, you met this person for the first time. You don't even know her background, and you bring her up here. So what do you want us to do? However, because of what the Elevation Church stands for, one of our core values is, love, and we just believe that, okay, this is someone that is out there lost, that is looking for love, but actually looking for love in the wrong places, looking for fulfillment in the wrong places, seeking purpose, but seeking purpose in the wrong places.
She now had to go home with Pastor Tim. She slept over at Pastor Tim's house for the 2 nights she was in Lagos.
My name is Timothy Aderemi. I work with the Elevation Church. At the time of meeting Rita, I was assisting the pastor in charge of membership. So Sister Ayo called, just shared with me. So that we're torn between, okay, we don't even know. We don't know her. One of the things that we preach in our church is that the Elevation Church is not only a church that people attend, but there's a family that people belong to. And so I have a small 3-bedroom at home, very small. and then, just because of my heart for sometimes I question, God, why did you give me this soft heart, for people? Maybe because I've also been through stuff in my life, and I felt one way to do this is to give back, give a helping hand. And so that day I put a call through to my wife. I said, there's this young lady in church introduced to me by our own friend, Sister Ayo Lawrence. I said, it's Sister Ayo. So beyond the fact that she's coming into Elevation Church family, whatever Sister Ayo is involved in, I would also gladly, get myself really involved. And a call to my wife, she also believed in her husband, so she said, okay, why not? Let her come in.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
The story continues as we rejoin Rita's story of redemption on One in a Million.
In life, we have, it's like a football match. Yeah, you have first half, you have second half, and you have halftime. Her meeting Sister Ayo was just that halftime moment for her.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
I remember that day, it was, maybe we finished the office around maybe 11 or so. I put her in the car, and as we're going, a lot of thoughts were just flowing through her. What if she just stopped breathing in the car? I mean, I like to think, wide and all of that. And thankfully, she didn't stop breathing. She came in because she was looking very, tired after the experience. So I took her home, got home. I said, babe, this is the lady I was talking about. My wife gladly, and then I just left both of them because I was also very tired. And around maybe 2 a.m. or so, I came out. I saw both of them gisting. I don't know what they were talking about. But I know my wife kept encouraging her. This is not the end of your life. God has, start quoting scripture. I think they prayed a little, and then I came into the room. I remember just one thing that I said to her. I said, the best of God for you is never in the past, but in the future. And so I brought her back to the office. I didn't remember us taking selfies with her, maybe it wasn't the day of selfie. And then I handed over to Sister Yo Lawrence, and I was happy that at least we're part of our, journey in this period of time.
But along the line, we put a call. We found out that she was married, with 2 children, which was really very strange. I said, how come, So we called the husband there and then.
And I said, look, do you know where your wife is? And he told me the story, how they've been struggling with finances and this and that, and how his wife was deceived by a friend, traveled out. He doesn't even know where she traveled to, and on and on. And I told her, okay, you know what, your wife is with us, she's in Lagos. I was like, oh, interesting, what happened? So I was able to give him a bit of the story as I was told by Mrs. Ario. And then he said, fine, that's okay. After talking to him and counseling him about forgiveness, about restoration, about taking his family.
I can't tell Mama say, I see this kind of person for life again. This kind of person, they exist for life. I say, Mommy, I don't know. For that, because which business I will start? I was okay. I they do it. As I be do it where? I they do it. And because okay, I go open salon. I say yes, I go open salon. You say, are you sure? I say, yes, I will open salon. Because how much I'll feel you to open the salon? Can tell us? I say, how much I will, how much I use. You never even reach 2 days. I say, a lot. Say, Daddy, send me the money. I say, it's not a miracle. God, this is not a miracle. I want to become mother of my own. And then I come through, I come open store. And then I did now, I say, they manage my business now. So God be the glory. I can't even get guests when they learn work from my hands. I get 2 guests when they learn work. When they come, they will say, Madam, may I do this one? Madam, may I do this one? I just thank God for everything, for what God has done in my life. For what God has bring this woman to come and do in my life. And since then, I met this woman. My life changed. Anytime they go wrong, you must tell me, say, this one is wrong. Make sure say you do this one. I just thank God for making me. I just thank God for making him to make me to know this lady. I just thank God. Say, God, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank him too. I want to thank him. He's a big help to me, very big one. If it's not him today, maybe I don't know how my life will turn to. I don't know. I don't really know. I just thank him. I just thank him. I thank him very, very much. Thank you, man.
Yeah, Rita's story is pathetic. It still boils down to what we have been talking about, and then the environment, what the environment can lead people to. Rita, for God's sake, is a victim. She has not committed any offense.
And basically for me, this story is about touching lives. It's about influence. It's about not being concerned about you, yourself, and I alone. It's about reaching out to somebody else out there. We always said it is cold out there. You can be the warmth that somebody is looking for. That's why the scripture says you are the light of the world. You are a city set upon a hill that cannot be hid.
Okay, so talking about Rita's story, one thing that really struck me was the fact that I just believe that God really is still interested in her, life, her future, her marriage, because from the little I knew about her story, where she traveled to, the fact that God could still speak to the husband, because I don't think it was anybody. I mean, I'm married, so if I get to, God forbid, my wife engage in such thing, I would forgive, but it takes God to speak to a man's heart to know some of the likely things that your wife had done, and then with everything she came back to you, and you still take her. I mean, it takes God. So I saw God's work in all of this, and I also saw, new beginning.
Yes, when we're still thinking, how do I handle her? Love home wasn't coming through at that point in time. But I couldn't really, say I want to bring her in. I don't really know her. I'm just meeting her and considering her story. It wasn't something I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really afraid to bring Rita in at that point in time. So it wasn't something that came, naturally to have her in the house. At the point wherein she told me her story on the plane, because by the time she told me how, what she went through in Dubai and how she got on the plane, and I began to see that I wasn't supposed to even sit here in the first place. Why did I tell my friend to swap with me? It was actually from the plane that I knew God was up to something. We didn't even have enough money for me to go for the conference. And I had to ask the board of trustees, can I go on this trip? Can I take out of this money to go on this trip? And they said, yes, it's ministry you're doing. You're not going, to enjoy yourself. You're going for ministry. So by all means, take out of the money from the account and go on that trip. And for me, with hindsight now, I believe I went on that trip for Rita. One of the things I've learned is we should be open and allow God to interject our plans. I'll say my kind of person, naturally, I would have said, I don't want wahala. Let her be, let me be. Or as humans, we would have said, this person I don't know. But I've learned from this whole process that when you are available, God will always find you and use you. 2017 August, I traveled to Benin. She didn't know I was coming. I just put a call through to her in the morning. Rita, how are you doing? I hope business is going on. I hope you're doing well. She said, yes, okay. I said, okay. I hope you're going to the shop today. She said, yeah, she's going to the shop. And she's just trying to put a few things together in the morning. She didn't know I was already at the airport. So by midday, I just showed up at her stall, and you know, she was all over shouting and all. And that was how I went to meet her mother-in-law, saw the children, you know. Unfortunately, I didn't meet her husband because her husband wasn't in town at that point in time. Okay, seeing her with the children made me to know that family is key. No matter how you have strayed, no matter how you have gone away, we can't take that, we can't take out the family unit. If there is love, people will always take you back. And that was what I saw, you know, with the children, with her mother-in-law, and even the few times I spoke with her husband on the phone, I could see that, you know, they were able to continue from where she left off before she left the house.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
Debating on two motions bordering on insecurity in the light of the recent kidnap of over 300 schoolboys from the government science secondary school in Kankara, Katsina State, and an internally displaced persons camp accommodating mainly Nigerian refugees in the Republic of Niger, says the nation is losing the war against terrorism.
The attack occurred around 8 p.m. when Boko Haram insurgents stormed the town, shooting people at sight and setting ablaze the whole town. Following the mayhem that lasted for several hours, it is with great sadness and shock that 37 people lost their lives. 25 were shot to death, 9 died as a result of burns sustained by fire, and 3 drowned in the nearby river while trying to escape.
All the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, to consider and implement the recommendation of the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on Nigerian Security Challenges, dated March 17, 2020, and Senate resolutions therefrom, as a holistic response to the mounting security challenges across the country.
333 boys. That's the future of Nigeria. That's the entire 2 chambers put together. Those are the people we're looking up to take over from us. And then somebody will come in the middle of the night, pack them away, and we say we don't know. And then people will slaughter other people in Borno, and we say we cannot find them. Are they hiding? Mr. President, the time has come for us to take drastic action. One of them is that we can't be budgeting for dead people. If we decide that government must do something before we will produce the budget. I am sure they will be up and doing.
What we need to do is to look at the architectural design of the security system in the country. For me, I see governors talking helplessly. Is it time for governors to have a more level of control? But the level at which people are killed, I think we need to rethink on how to make the security architecture responsive to the security challenges of today in our country.
Staying with developments from Kankara in Katsina State, the Boko Haram terrorist group have claimed responsibility for the abduction of hundreds of schoolboys late Friday from Government Science Secondary School. A voice note alleged to be that of Abubakar Shekau, leader of the group that was also behind the 2014 abduction of hundreds of schoolgirls in Chibok, claimed responsibility. At least 333 students are still missing since the attack, initially blamed on armed groups locally known as bandits who are active in the region where kidnappings for ransom have become common. Some persons suspected to be thugs have attacked members of the coalition of northern groups during its security meeting at the famous Arewa House in Kaduna State. The suspected hoodlums invaded the Arewa House Conference Hall barely few minutes to the commencement of the group's review meeting on security situation in northern Nigeria. Addressing newsmen shortly.
And all other weapons that we don't even see, attacking people. Some people had to go through the windows to escape. We cannot fold our arms and let things continue going like this. Whoever is behind this attack is an enemy of the North, is an enemy of Nigeria. And I want to assure the public that this will not deter us.
We keep saying that the government, the present administration lack capacity, lacks ability, lack commitment, and have no political and administrative will to face the current challenges being faced by Northerners. We are calling on all and sundry to know and to note that without fear of anything, this will not deter us. Attacking us will not stop us from doing what we are doing.
2 months after the Lagos State government instituted the panel of inquiry into SARS-related offences and the Lekki Tollgate Plaza shooting, more cases are being heard by the panel. Plus TV Africa was at the sitting.
Tuesday's sitting started at about 11 a.m. 12 cases were before the courts today on police brutality, but 2 stood out. One is that of Unduku Ekekwe, whose spinal cord was broken during a raid by men of the now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS. With the accused SARS officer at the witness stand, he was cross-examined. He, however, denied being responsible for Unduku's broken spinal cord. His account of the story is totally different. He accused the 34-year-old of being involved in armed robbery and other criminal activities.
On 16 February 2018, based on intelligence report received in our office, that one Enduka and others are involved in entering people's warehouse and offices with arms and ammunition and dangerous weapons.
We must bring an end to this matter. You want to take Friday or you don't want to come in at all. The matter will be adjourned to Friday. 18th of December.
The case of Felicia Okpara was mentioned for further hearing. It's that of alleged physical abuse and brutality meted out on her by men of the Nigeria police during the October End SARS protest.
The people that were brought in there, they were not denying that they didn't arrest me, and they were not denying that they didn't beat me up.
And the accused police officer, IPO, made his way to the witness box.
One of the female suspects
that was released by name Nkemakola Felicia Opara came to see the divisional police officers with some people. She told the divisional police officer that she's an orphan, a single mother, unemployed, and that she was ill. Based on humanitarian ground, the divisional police officer gave her 200,000 naira.
It's now another adjournment for January 8, as the recorded video evidence clip of the brutality was presented in a CD format rather than a flash. The mandate before this panel within 6 months is to bring to bear the truth of the alleged killings and brutality meted out by men of the now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad, and to verify the claims of killing during the October 20 Lekki Tollgate massacre.
The Senate on Tuesday passed for second reading a bill seeking to give legal backing to the Nigerian Peace Corps. Another bill seeking to establish the Nigerian Hunters Council of Nigeria, NHCN, also scaled second reading on the floor. The Peace Corps bill was sponsored by Senator Ali Ndume, while that of the NHCN was sponsored by Senator Biodun Olujimi. Leading the debate in his own bill, Ndume said the proposed legislation, when passed into law, would give statutory backing to the existing Peace Corps of Nigeria. Olujimi, in her presentation, said her bill seeks to, among other things, provide community policing, maintenance of law and order in communities. He said it would provide synergy with other security agencies to ensure peace and security. Both bills have been referred to the Committee on Interior for further legislative input. The Senate has passed the Finance Bill 2020, transmitted to the National Assembly by President Muhammadu Buhari 2 weeks ago. The passage of the bill on Tuesday followed the consideration of a report by the Senate Joint Committee on Finance, Customs, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment, and Public Procurement at plenary by the upper chamber. Chairman of the Joint Committee representing Lagos West, Senator Solomon Adeola, in his presentation said the Finance Bill 2020 specifically seeks to amend 17 key aspects of extant laws. President Muhammadu Buhari had said the passage of the bill would support the implementation of the 2021 budget through key reforms in taxation, customs, fiscal, and other laws. A Southeast group, also known as Team Nigeria, is urging the government to adopt favorable zoning conditions to enable the Southeast to produce the next president in 2023. Speaking to newsmen in Abuja, the group expressed worry over what it calls a long marginalization of the region. They say that it will be unfair to deny the region the chance to produce the next Nigerian president. They also add that if the presidency must remain in the north, then the North Central should be considered for the presidency, as the region has also been marginalized.
To have a Nigeria to heal the wounds of the civil war, to make sure that we have everybody along. Let us all belong to one country. I think it is very unfair, very, very unfair to deny the Southeast that law.
The Southeast deserves the presidency this time. But in the event that it didn't go that way, if it should go to the north, it should also come to the middle belt, because this is an area that have also not experienced the presidential leadership.
Without security, we cannot talk about 2023. Without security, we cannot talk about the issue of geopolitical zone or where the power goes and stuff like that. So, let me be specific. Yaya Bello is a young man with immense energy, with sufficient skill to lead this country. vis-a-vis our security situation.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has registered 758 new infections of the coronavirus pandemic outbreak in the country, bringing the nation's total of confirmed cases to 74,132. The country has conducted about 848,194 tests since the first confirmed case was announced. The Public Health Agency sadly recorded 3 additional deaths in the last 24 hours in the country. The NCDC said that the new infections were from 18 states and the FCT. The Federal Capital Territory has 305 cases, while Lagos recorded 152, Kaduna followed with 103, and Bauchi 44. Among other states with new infections were Gombe with 35 cases, Plateau 31, Rivers 17, Sokoto 15, Kwara 13, Kano 9, Ebonyi 8, Ogun and Osun 5 each, Oyo, Edo, Anambra 4 each, Bayelsa 2, Ekiti and Taraba 1 case each. The ambassador of Israel to Nigeria, Shimon Ben Shoshan, says Israel-Nigeria cooperation through Innovation Fellowship for aspiring inventors and researchers will boost e-learning amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Ben Shoshan said this at the official inauguration of the pilot FCT Universal Basic Education Board Center for Science, Technology and Innovative Training Center in Gwagwalada, Abuja. He commended the center initiative to have been born out of the 60 years of mutual diplomatic relations between both countries. The ambassador said a great example of the cooperation is the recently inaugurated IFAIR 2020-2021. He explained that the center would help students who, due to the pandemic, were away from schools. In other parts of Africa, the Constitutional Court in Burkina Faso will announce the final results of the November 22 presidential election on December 18, while the proclamation of the results of the parliamentary elections is due for December 20, 2020. According to the provisional results released by the National Independent Electoral Commission, incumbent President Rhodes Kabore won with 57.87% of the total vote cast. Providing aid to millions of children uprooted by the ongoing crisis in the Tigray region of the Ethiopian nation must be a priority. Fighting between regional and government forces began in November, displacing people within the northern province and pushing thousands more to seek shelter in neighboring Sudan. UNICEF said in a statement that it estimates that despite an agreement on access, some 2.3 million children are cut off from humanitarian assistance amid the violence. The agency insists that protecting these children, many of whom are refugees and internally displaced, and providing them with humanitarian aid must be a priority. The statement said UNICEF and partners stand ready to provide life-saving support, including treatment for malnourished children, critical vaccines, emergency medicines, and sanitation supplies. The Luozi Pharmaceutical Research Center, CRPL, on Tuesday approved the Mana-COVID drug to treat the coronavirus COVID-19 in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A statement issued in Kinshasa said the results were observed by 3 teams of doctors on a total of 300 cases that tested positive to COVID-19. All these cases proved negative with the disappearance of symptoms and a good tolerance within 5 days of treatment or 100% recovery. Approved on November 24, 2020, with a certificate of invention as evidence, Mana-COVID is a product based on local medicinal plants discovered in March 2020 by Congolese chemist Dr. Etienne Mpesa and a team of pharmacist researchers. Outside of Africa, a public inquiry has revealed that up to 250,000 children, young people and vulnerable adults were abused in New Zealand's faith-based and state care institutions in the past several decades. An interim report by the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Historic Abuse of Children in State Care estimated that up to 256,000 people were abused between 1950 and 2019. This accounts for almost 40% of the 655,000 people in care during that period. The report also found that the number of people passing through care institutions was 6 times higher than what the government had previously estimated.
We've already been taking steps to respond to the work of the Royal Commission as that has been undertaken, including changing the Crown's litigation strategy, which we have already done. We will, of course, make further decisions between now and when the final report is received, but it is the final report that will ultimately have the recommendations, and so we will await that before making, if you like, further comment on what might happen in the future.
We go to Australia, where a regulator filed a lawsuit against Facebook on Wednesday, accusing it of collecting user data from a security software add-on while claiming the information was private, adding to government efforts around the world to rein in its activities. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC, said it was seeking an unspecified fine from Facebook after it promoted a virtual private network as a way for people to save, measure, and protect their data while collecting the information to pick acquisitions. The lawsuit invokes the same practices alleged by a landmark U.S. Federal Trade Commission action, accusing the social media giant of inappropriately maintaining market dominance by using customer data to decide on takeover targets, including messaging app, WhatsApp, and image-sharing app, Instagram.
The app was promoted as one that would protect your data, keep it secret, keep it safe. The reality was that Facebook was using data to monitor people's internet and app activity. For example, which apps you visited, how long you were on those app sites for, and so it was using that data to work out various things that benefited it commercially. One of the uses of that data was working out which companies or apps it might target for acquisition. So very much using this data for its benefit in contrast to what was said to consumers about how their data would be protected.
And from Mexico, Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard said he expects migration to the United States to increase, while Mexico would try to convince Joe Biden's incoming administration to tweak Washington's approach to immigration. President-elect Biden has vowed to pursue a humane migration policy and promised a $4 billion plan to address underlying factors driving migration from Central America. But the destruction across Central America caused by back-to-back hurricanes in November, which killed hundreds and displaced over 500,000 people across the region, may pose an early challenge for Biden's strategy, which advocates say could take years to have an impact. Ebrard said Mexico's government will attempt to persuade Biden's incoming government to not only invest in Central America, but to favor investment with a short-term impact on the causes of migration. South Korean health authorities reported 1,078 new coronavirus cases on Wednesday, the highest since the start of the pandemic. The latest number came 3 days after the daily tally topped 1,000 for the first time since South Korea confirmed its first coronavirus infection in January. Officials say there were only 3 critical care beds left in the Greater Seoul area, with a nearly 26 million population. A disinfection officer with South Korea's Central Disaster Management Headquarters at a briefing on Wednesday, however, said the government are making all-out efforts to secure hospital beds so that the pressure on the medical system, added up by the increasing number of patients, can be relieved. We'll go now to business news. Nigeria's federal government says after December 30, all subscriber identification models SIMs that are not registered with valid national identification numbers on the network of telecommunications companies shall be blocked. The declaration was part of resolutions reached during an urgent meeting of key stakeholders in the communications industry that was convened by the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami. The spokesperson of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Ikechukwu Adinde, said in a statement issued in Abuja that the meeting was convened following the earlier directive on the suspension of new SIM registration by network operators. He stated that at the meeting, the need to consolidate the achievements of last year's SIM registration audit and improve the performance and sanity of the sector was discussed. The NCC said stakeholders agreed that urgent drastic measures had now become inevitable to improve the integrity and transparency of the SIM registration process. We're going to a short break, and when we return, we'll be bringing you entertainment and sports news. The curtain will fall on London's theatres again on Wednesday as the British capital moves into the toughest level of coronavirus restrictions, with some forced to close Christmas shows just days after they opened, in a hammer blow for the industry. The government said on Monday the rate of coronavirus infections was rising exponentially in London and all hospitality and indoor entertainment would be shut, given the industry 2 days' notice. About 30 theatres were opened in London on Tuesday, ranging in size from small pub theatres to massive auditoriums. But that's the last night for a while. After an extremely difficult year, many theatres had adapted their premises and shows to be COVID-19 safe, with reduced capacity, socially distanced sitting and temperature checks at the door. And in sports news, reigning National Basketball Association NBA MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo has signed a 5-year contract extension to stay with the Milwaukee Bucks. The four-time All-Star, who also claimed MVP honors in 2019, was born in Athens with his oversized talent earning him the nickname the Greek Freak. The Supermax deal is worth some $228 million and will go into effect after the 2020-2021 season, which starts on December 22. The 26-year-old wrote on Twitter that he is blessed to be able to be part of the Milwaukee Bucks for the next 5 years. Still in sports, Frank Williams, founder of the once dominant Williams Formula One team, is in hospital, but in a stable condition. His family announced in a statement on Tuesday and said the 78-year-old was admitted recently and that his condition was a private matter. Williams and his daughter, Claire, are no longer involved with the British-based team after it was sold to US-based Dorilton Capital in August. The former principal has been in a wheelchair since he was paralyzed in a car crash in France in 1986. He spent some time in hospital with pneumonia in 2016. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We're back later with more stories making the headlines. Please do join us again. Thank you for your time, and remember to use your face mask.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Cross TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to another episode of One-on-One. Our guest today is Babatunde Raji Fashola, popularly referred to as BRF. He is a senior advocate of Nigeria and is currently the Minister of Works and Housing. He served 2 terms as Governor of Lagos State from May 29, 2007 to May 29, 2015. Fashola succeeded Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari to be the Minister of Power, Works and Housing. He was reappointed Minister of Works and Housing on the 21st of August 2019. He attended Beth Freeman High School, Lagos and Igbobi College, Lagos. He studied law at the University of Benin, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1987. He is married to Mrs. Abimbola Fashola and they have 2 children. Your Honorable Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome to One-on-One. This is Plots TV Africa, and we have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola. Welcome again.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, let's get straight to the business. The COVID-19 pandemic seems to have taken an effect on the second quarter of 2020 GDP of the country. And what is the current administration doing to avert the reoccurrence of a recession? And what is the part of the phased return to construction site expected to play at this time?
Okay, so this is the time that the whole world essentially is experiencing a slowdown in productivity. So when we are talking of GDP, people must understand what it really means. It is the aggregate of the productivity of a nation measured as its gross domestic productivity. So if there is a disease of epidemic proportions and people were asked to stay at home in order that they should stay alive, logic must tell anybody that at that period there was likely to be a reduction, if not a total stoppage in productivity. And the government of Nigeria, like many other governments, predicted that there will be GDP decline. We also predicted that it would be something in the order of 7.24%, but it has turned out to be less than we predicted, which is, in a sense, something to be assured about. These people know what they are doing. We then set about to design and implement an economic sustainability plan that was cross-cutting, supporting agriculture, supporting construction, supporting small businesses. And as soon as it was safe to start the ease of the lockdown, we began to deploy and implement this policy. So there's nothing really to panic about. We foresaw, if we were doctors, so to speak, we diagnosed the problem ahead of time, and we're already administering the treatment. And the patient, if you permit me to use that word, will recover sooner rather than later. So when you have 774,000 jobs, it was part of those measures to reach the most vulnerable. We don't even have work. Go and do some work for 3 months and earn some cash. When you hear about a survival fund launched by government, it was to support SMEs. When you hear about payroll support, funding for agri, you hear about construction using more brick, using more cement to employ people to create jobs. These are so many measures. You hear the government through the central bank asking the commercial bank to suspend the payment of loans, the calling of loans, and to renew the tenure of loans so that people can catch their breath. These are all of the measures put in place. And people should pay attention to these measures and see how they can benefit because many of them are being deployed on many platforms, the regular platforms and digital platforms. So people must pay attention and benefit and see how they can benefit. But some and substance, nothing to fear. In terms of the ease of the lockdown, the 11 big construction companies were asked to go back to work. That was part of the measure so that the people we classify as the urban poor, those who earn daily living from these construction companies, could easily start getting their income, their laborers, their workmen, and all of that. Again, that has led to work being created on, I think, about 50-something sites across 25 states in the country. And that has improved since the last time the first phase of ease of lockdown occurred. So most of our contractors are back to work now. So there's really nothing to panic about.
Okay,
this measurement.
Honorable Minister, let me still stay on this issue of the impact of the lockdown. Immediately we went into that crisis, the worry by so many people has to do with, as much as this government has done well by not touching the recurrent in terms of budget, salaries were not reduced, salaries were paid promptly. But the fear then is the capital was going to be affected, the capital expenditure. And has this in any way affect your plan, especially for this year?
Look, when you have an occurrence like the coronavirus 2019, now popularly known as COVID-19, unexpected, a novel virus, people were dropping dead virtually, travel stopped, very little knowledge. Clearly, all your plans will be affected because the first response is to save lives. So for 3 months, essentially, or thereabouts, we couldn't work at the pace at which we normally would like to work. That was perhaps the peak of our most productive period of the year, the end of the dry season from around March to June, because the rainy season starts really in June. So we lost our most productive time. So we are already recalibrating to relaunch ourselves immediately the rains end in September and in October. So that's one thing that was affected. Then we didn't plan for it, we had to fund it. So it had also its capital items, not just for my ministry, for other ministries. So capital items, expenses had to move to other more urgent and compelling areas like hospitals, schools, healthcare, and all of that. So these are normal things that and nobody should panic about it. If your house catches fire and you didn't plan for it, the ASUU that you wanted to buy next month will no longer be a priority because you will have to start refurbishing and refurnishing your house. This is eminent common sense, and I don't see why anybody should panic about that at all.
Okay, Honorable Minister, we're going to move into that popular issue of the China loan. But before then, let's quickly go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have your response to that. Welcome back. It's still one-on-one with the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola. Honorable Minister, let's look at the issue of loans from China. It's particularly worrisome, according to many people, at a time that other parts of the world seems to be getting more careful about the Chinese. Nigeria seems to be embracing their loans. Aren't you worried about the issue of the sovereign immunity that is still in the public discourse?
I don't worry myself about things that I understand, and I know that they do not create a cause for worry. If you look around the world today, those who understand international finance will first tell you the largest development banks who are still able to write a check, at least before COVID, for any developmental project. The first three in the world are largely Chinese. And then if you look at those who are scaremongering about China, they're taking Chinese loans. In the West, in Europe, many projects are being funded by Chinese loans. What does China have for Africa? They have a forum for China and Africa cooperation called the FOCAC to enable them do more trade with Africa. And I think that people must also understand the Debt Management Office has issued a very, very detailed statement about the totality of our public debt. The totality of our public debt does not necessarily suggest that it is only the federal government that is owing that debt. States are also owing part of those debts. Then you must remember that the loans from China are a relatively small part, significantly small part, if I may say so, of the total national and public debt. So those who are scaremongering about China can only scare those who have no knowledge. There is a project in the United Kingdom called the Hinkley Power Project. It's a power project costing about $21 billion. The Chinese are funding it for the British, just so that people know. So this scaremongering, I don't know where it's coming from. But what I do know also is that most countries, if not all countries of the world, have export-import loans. So Nigeria has an export-import bank called Nigerian Exim Bank. There is UK Exim Bank, there's China Exim Bank. So some of the loans that have been in public discourse for some time are export-import loans from China, China Exim. They are trade loans. They are significantly discounted. They are used to drive export of goods or import of goods. In our own case, in the rail and on my own road, like Akwanga to Lafayette, it's to drive export of technology, machines, equipment, and high-level Chinese manpower to fund the construction of the road because we don't have the money and we don't have the machines. So they use it to export machines. The other point to note about it, therefore, is that it will have certain conditions because you are buying. But people have focused more on the financing contract, the loan agreement. There's also a construction contract, and that is where our rights are actually better protected. Because the financing contract that people are talking about, sovereign immunity, there is no sovereign immunity when you take a commercial loan. That has been decided since the early 70s, when our Attorney General here in this country raised the point in the Court of Appeal in England in a case called Trentex, Trendtex, versus the Central Bank of Nigeria, We were asked to pay for cement that we imported. So any student of the university in international law class will already know that there is no immunity to defend. So there was none to waive. Okay. Once it's a commercial law, your contract, your defense should be either that the equipment that was supplied was bad, or that they didn't do the work well, or that the goods were defective. That's why I said there are two contracts. The construction contract, and that is where in my ministry we're measuring, we're monitoring, we're checking the quality of everything that is brought in and that is used to ensure that Nigeria gets the full value. If the equipment or the quality of work done is bad and we were sued, our defense would not be that, oh, you can't sue us because we're suing. Our defense will be, you did not perform the contract. You sold bad goods. So people should just stop hyping what really doesn't exist. There was no immunity to protect when it comes to commercial loan, so there was none to give away. That is the decision of the court since 1970s.
I will still bring in that for the purpose of our viewers who probably have been looking for opportunity to engage the government on these. I know there have been several efforts by the Minister of Transportation to explain about these. But still on it, issues around funding, infrastructure development, there is a lot of concerns about the level of borrowing by the current administration. And sometimes we are even being accused, what is the repayment plan? I've listened to you several times, especially when you were here as a governor, when you explained that so many things had to be done. And you know the kind of reaction you got when you talked about the Lekki toll gate. So what is the repayment plan so that people don't get into a trouble they didn't foresee?
Well, let me say, first of all, that it is legitimate for Nigerians to be concerned about the borrowing of a government they elected. Even for a government they did not elect, it is a legitimate observation. So, I don't dismiss that. What I say is, first, let us just understand credit, whether it's local or international. If you are not able to pay, right, I think there's this assumption that, oh, they will just push us into debt, they won't be able to pay. It doesn't work like that. If you are not able to pay, the less likely it is that you will be able to borrow money. And if you are able to borrow money, there will be other stringent conditions, other developmental things that your lenders will tell you to stop doing, like what happened to us during the structural adjustment program, where we went for an IMF facility. That's not where we are today. So let's just understand that, first of all. Secondly, on your platform and many platforms, people have expressed the need for better services, whether it was by way of a rail, airport upgrade, road upgrade, bridge upgrade. Somebody has to pay. So if you take all our salaries, including that of the National Assembly, it's not enough to finance it. So we either have to increase taxes, and those who criticize the government for borrowing should come out and provide the alternative source of funding. This is the argument. In every election, in every serious democracy, that is why taxation and funding of public infrastructure and government programs is what tilts the election. How are you going to pay? If you are going to tax us, then do we want to be taxed? If you are going to borrow, then how are you going to repay? Which is the question you are asking. So we are mortgaging more, we're committing more of our revenues as they are to refinancing so that we remain a going concern. Okay. Is that a problem? Yes, it is a matter for concern. But let us flip back the argument that some people have made, oh, that you are mortgaging the future of unborn children. The truth is that, just like you said about the Lekki Bridge at the time, when we were doing it, it was 29 billion odd or 30 billion naira at that time's money. We did it at that time's money, at that time's exchange rate. If you put 29 billion now on the ground today, you can't use that bridge. You can't build it. Okay. But you know what? When it was built, there were, I think it was finished in 2012. So the children who were born in 2012 are now 8 years old. So they are using it because their future was factored into it. Okay. If they were to do it today, they won't find the money. They can't find it today. Okay.
still talking about the issue of contract, issues around alleged inflated contract this time around. Every now and then, there are allegations by the parliament and other bodies that about inflated contract. Could you take us through the procurement process at the federal level, if that is possible? But before you do that, we'll have to take another short break, and we'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to One-on-One. We still have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, telling us so many things that has to do with our infrastructure, the issue of loans, and quite a lot of issues that are bothering people. So, Honorable Minister, I asked the other time, can you explain to us the procurement process? Why do we always have this accusation from the other arm of government saying that contracts are being inflated?
Okay, the procurement process is a lengthy process. If we were to discuss it, it would take all of our time, and it is something that we can have a 1-hour conversation about. And the pricing of infrastructure is something that is very, very fascinating for me, and the little that people appear to know about it. But let me just say that I like the word that you use, that it is alleged. So people can say what they like, but what are the facts? First of all, no ministry in Nigeria, as constituted today, fixes the price. No ministry. There's an agency called the Bureau of Public Procurement, created by a law of the parliament, and they are the last word, the final word on pricing. Even the president, nobody can change the price they fix. So if there are issues of pricing disputes, it is that agency that must answer, not the ministry, because they fix the final price. So the fact that you are a member of a committee and you are an engineer does not presuppose, or you are even a quantity surveyor, does not presuppose that you know everything about pricing. Do you know what is under the road? Did you do a soil test? The cost of constructing in the Delta is different from cost of constructing in the Savannah. The cost of constructing in Lagos, where you have to first go and dive in the lagoon to get sand, is different from the cost of constructing in Ogun. How many people know, for example, that most of the construction materials used for building in Lagos comes from Ogun? And you have to factor cost of transportation into it. And then, how many people understand why you have to do a lot of concrete work and drainage work and iron rod work for drainage if you are constructing in the coastal and creek areas in order to protect your road? So just opening your mouth to say what you think doesn't make it true. It is a matter of evidence, and construction economics has reached a point where by design and by quantities, you can know immediately whether a project is
inflated,
overpriced. No, because the price of the quantities don't change. They are publicly known. It's the quantities that will decide whether or not it's overpriced or vice versa.
Still talking about the legislative arm of government, because we can't forget the back and forth the executive is usually having with them, especially when it has to do with the budget. Now, do you sometimes feel frustrated that it is usually the capital expenditure that is affected by the controversial constituency project? Because I remember this is an issue that this current administration is not really ready to buy into.
Well, our back and forth, as you put it, is the beauty of constitutional and liberal democracy that we have. This is what many people sacrifice blood, tears, and their lives for Nigeria to have, the right to participate in governance. And it comes at its own cost. It comes at the very difficult task of building consensus amongst ourselves. How do supposedly separate arms of government work together to deliver service for Nigerians. So the constituency projects that you speak about, for example, are again the borderline areas of executive, legislative boundaries. I have always maintained that even though the three arms, legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, are supposedly independent, their real relationship lies in their interdependence rather than in their independence. They must depend on one another. So in today's Nigeria, I doubt if there's any legislator that will be elected or re-elected for the number of motions and bills that he passed. So he has to fall into that trap, I call it a trap, of promising people that he will build a road or a hospital, which indeed is the responsibility of the executive. But nobody asked them during campaign that, how are you going to do it? You are supposed to make laws, because we all want them to do something for us. And I think they all speak to the challenge of our infrastructure at this stage as a developing nation. Maybe in 30, 40 years' time, nobody wants to hear too much about infrastructure anymore, because we would have caught up if the investment that this administration is making is sustained. I think we lost a big opportunity in 2005 when this country took $12 billion to go and pay debt instead of investing it in Nigeria. But what we have done with the constituency project is that we have created a special project unit now to harmonize it, because at the end of the day, after all said and done, Parliament can build. The manpower is in the executive. In the different arms of the executive, like works, housing, like power, like transport, and so on and so forth. So we help them to execute these projects under the existing procurement law. And we are now sending returns back to them about what we have completed. We're even asking the states to come and take over some of these healthcare centers, which can be useful now for during this COVID period. Primary schools, which can be useful to increase the spacing, and we built hundreds of them over the last 3 years. And they can be put to very good, they were furnished. So they just need to be staffed now by the state government so that we can put them to use.
I'm sure you have so much to tell us, but because of time, I just have a few more minutes. Honorable Minister, let's dive a bit into politics before we round off. The second Niger bridge, it's an issue. How come that despite this feat, President Buhari or this administration is yet to be embraced by majority of the Southeasterners? I'm talking about the last election, you know. I think it was more of a very, very poor showing when it comes to that region. What do you have to say about that?
Well, the second Niger bridge is a project rooted first in integrity, personal integrity, and promise keeping, a commitment made by the president when he was campaigning. So it wasn't meant to catch votes. It was a developmental project that the previous administration had committed to and had not delivered upon. It was a touchy issue for that part of the country. He had committed to do it. And in the way that he committed that he will complete the mausoleum for the late Nnamdi Azikiwe, which he has done, he will also deliver on the second Niger bridge, which should be completed by 2022, middle of the year. So politics is a very, very interesting and dynamic undertaking, and it is a game of persuasion. So the fact that one community or one group of people do not agree with your message today or are not persuaded by your appeal today does not mean that things cannot change. That is why we have in other jurisdictions, they call them swing states. And until the last few years, who would have thought that the progressives will have this kind of sweeping appeal across the country? And so it's a continuously moving target, and we continue to engage. The results in 2019 were certainly better than the results in 2015. And as we go ahead, we expect to see more footprints of progressive persuasion in many other parts of the country, Southeast.
I'm afraid this might be my last question to you because of time. Let's touch a bit about your last tenure, where you supervised 3 ministries, including power. Recently, you were included in the Special Committee on Power. Is this another subtle way of bringing you back to continue where you stopped?
Well, I think that question should be directed to the authorities that brought me back. They would know why better. But, I mean, public service is what it is. I continue to offer myself, my skills, and my ability to my country for as long as I can usefully do so. And I am really honored to have been considered to serve.
Okay. Since you made that very short, let's have one for the road. As a senior member of the Nigerian Bar, are you concerned about the recent developments in Nigerian Bar Association, especially the threat of a faction emerging based on geopolitical consideration? I don't want to bore you with what led to that geopolitical consideration. What do you think?
I'm concerned about the developments in my professional association. But I am sure that when temperatures cool down, reason will ultimately prevail. And the NBA has a self-reforming, self-repairing, self-renewing mechanism. And I'm sure that that mechanism will help the NBA reform and renew and become an even better and stronger and more embracing association for all of the interests that feel unsatisfied at this moment.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, for your time.
Thank you.
And that's how far we can go on today's edition of One on One. Another interesting conversation will come up in our next episode. Till then, I remain yours truly, Kayode Ladeinde, saying bye for now.
According to a recent report released by the United Nations, Nigeria has a growing population of 200 million people. 70% of that population are young people, and 36% out of that population still are unemployed youths. So what that means is that Nigeria's government cannot single-handedly provide for every youth in this nation. The earlier young people began to look for ingenious ways of providing for themselves, maybe the better. And so on this episode of Stories from the Slum, we feature a young man, 18-year-old Vincent Chiemela Obi, who builds electrical cars from metals, wires, and cartons he picks around from his vicinity. How did all of this car building, electrical car building start? How did it start?
It started from my childhood, when I was still in primary school. So I was dreaming high and I was achieving high. So I told myself that I'm going to go to technical school because I'm technically inclined. Somehow all these bulbs in our house, they may get spoiled. I will fix them by my own self. So I told my parents that I'm going to go to a technical school. So where I can learn my handwork and be perfected in it. So they did so. But when I got to the school, they didn't talk me on aspects.
Which school is that?
Government Technical College, Onitsha. Okay. So they didn't talk me on technical aspects. It was on electrical aspect they was teaching me, but main thing I want to know is how to fix one or two things in a car, how the engine works, how the steer and everything. But they weren't teaching me all these things. So I said to myself that I know what I came to achieve. So I said that if they don't want to teach me, let me teach myself. So I depended on myself. So I started on how to use carton and just do a small car. I'll just do it and just put it little engine. So I'll just put it wire and battery. I'll be folding it in the back. I'll just connect it with battery because it has wire on the bottom. So I'll be folding it in the back. but the car don't reverse. So I went on a research in the internet. I didn't see what I was trying, so I said, let me help myself. So I brought some olden days radios that is in our house. So I brought out some particles from it. So I went to a dictionary and I looked for the whole particles and I know all their works, both the transistor, the resistor, the wire, the battery. And I figured out what they function in a circuit board. So I just brought all this television game that children used to play.
Yes.
So I brought the game and I converted the pad because it's a pad game. You no more play games, it's control the car. So it used radio transmission. So and the transmission moves through radio wave. So I will transmit information through this wire. It will receive through the antenna that is standing in the front of the bonnet. So that's why it goes around everywhere. So because of this, it can go as far as 50 meters away.
Okay.
And reverse back. So I'll just be here, be controlling it. It will just be going far, reverse, and the steering will be turning. It will just be like an exactly car. So that's how I started. So I just tried, but it cost a lot of money. I was busy borrowing my mom money because I didn't have anything doing then. I was still a student. My mom depended on me and he was giving me any amount I asked her because she knows that on a very good day things will get better. So I just started from the tires. I just designed all these tires because they are rubber. It's made of rubber.
Oh, okay.
Rubber. Yeah.
So it was customized for you?
Yeah, customized. A lot of money. So this is the steering. It gives the car directions through the remote. So this is the left, this is the right. So it gives the car direction on where to move. So this is the throttle. Because the car is four-wheel drive, the four tires is working. That's it. So here is the transmission. Because why I passed from here to the direct engine at the back, just designed all of them and I took it to a plastic company. And I told them that the rim will be plastic, then the tire will be rubber. So they molded 4 of them, I paid them. So I bought.
How much did you have to pay?
7,000 for the 4 of them. So I bought an old days radio. So I told myself that this radio is spoiled, but I can pick some good things in it. So I picked up some particles of the radio content, like resistor, capacitor, and all the wires, both the transformers. So I just write all the name in a paper. So I went into the dictionary to find out their functions and how they work. So once I found out how they work and how their functions, so I just put all of them together. So I just brought a pad that children used to play games, television games. So I converted the pad. It's no more play games. It controls the vehicle. So that's how I come to the wireless aspect. So I just bought batteries and put it and worked on it, and I do the electrical wiring, both sides, everywhere. I was the one who wired and painted all of them from A to Z. So when I finished my first wireless work, so I clapped for myself.
Yeah, even me. I must clap for you too because you're doing a great job. So I clap for you too. Congrats.
Right, so I said to myself that it's not easy. So I've tried, they failed, but I've tried my own. I know how many times I tried, but I failed. But I keep on trying. I didn't give up. So I got to this level. My first wireless car, it cost me so much money. So I just consulted it. Then I took it to my school to show my principal my handwork. So when I took it there, my principal sees the first car that I consulted. She said that she will keep it in her office in memory of me. So anytime that she sees it, she will know that she have a good student like me. I appreciated it. So another one, I consulted an helicopter that flies. You know, it can fly like 300 kilometers above the ground. So I took it to the school and I showed them how everything worked, both remote, everything. So my school did the same thing and they took it and they gave it back. My principal said the helicopter will be in the school also. So anytime they see it, they will know that they have a good student like me. I appreciated it because till today, all these things are at the school. I've left the school, but my memory is still there.
So how do you know what wires would do what? You know, like how do you know that this, if you put this yellow wire here and this blue one is going to result to something? How do you know that?
I just learn all this thing off head because once you look at it, you just know the functions.
Once you look at each wire, you know the functions.
Because this red and black wire, the red one is positive, the black one is negative. So positive will go to positive, negative will go to negative for correct current to flow. But if you put it wrongly, that is positive and negative, it will spark and it will burn every electron that is in the car. So that's why anytime I connect all these electrical aspects, I'm very careful because any mistake can spoil the whole connection in the vehicle.
Okay, so tell us the parts.
This is the antenna. You use this to move far away and then reverse back because the antenna is connecting the signal. Yeah. So this is the condenser. This is the capacitor. This is the resistor. This is the battery. The battery, the work is that it powers the whole engine and the whole electron to be working. So the battery supplies the car with energy, which is used to move around. This is the batteries. This is the laptop batteries. So this is the sensor. This is the switch for on and offing it. You can off it through the switch, and you can on it through the switch. So these are the wires that pass electricity around the whole vehicles. These are the shock absorbers.
Oh, yeah. How did you create that one?
It's the same plastic company that helped me because it's plastic. Yeah.
Have you gone to Innocent? Have you ever considered going to Innocent Motors?
I've not gone to you. The main thing is that I've not seen any person who can link me because I cannot go there to see them.
Why not?
I know that all these big men, they won't allow you to just see them just like that without giving you an appointment.
But I think you should let go of your fears and attempt to, just like the way I saw you in the airport.
I've been to government house before, but the security guy, they said that I should not come inside. That the government did not give me an appointment. So I was begging them at Anambra State government house. So they said that they are not going to allow me inside. So I just said, let me just come to Lagos State so that any person that knows the value of my handwork will just help me. So that's why I came to the airport, because I know that some people that have been outside the country have, they will know the value of it. So that's why I came to the airport and I met you. So I've not been to all these groceries, company, because I know they will have so much gas, and before you see them,
No, I would say try it. There's no error in trying. So can you drive?
Yeah, I cannot drive, but if you give me a car key, I can drive a car. Yeah, because some people don't learn how to drive, but they can drive due to the experience they have had for some years. So
have you driven a car before?
Yeah, but once I've just driven a car once, but I didn't come out on the main road or express to drive. I just drive around the street. But it's an automatic car, Sienna. I just drive. I was even surprised the day I drive it. I didn't know that I can make it. But due to have some experience of this electric car, so that's the experience I used to drive the big one.
Where do you hope to see your
own production?
So you have like Chiemilia Vincent Obi.
Or Vincent Obi. So it's my name, it's my own company. So whatever I like, I'm going to give it name. Yeah.
All right, congratulations in advance. So with people like the young 18-year-old Vincent Chiemilia Obi, Nigeria can be sure of having its own electrical cars built by Nigerians, for Nigerians, and of course, for the world at large. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye with stories from this world.
The Breakfast, dissecting and analyzing top stories in the news.
The mess of 16 years cannot be clean. And so for 2 years, they also started adding mess to the mess.
If the terrorists killed 100 people, that is probably not news. If they killed the governor, that is a big achievement.
Nigerians are really upset. Labour cannot go there to discuss for the generality of Nigerians.
Join the conversation online on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Send us your comments via WhatsApp on 0906 000 5719. If you have an opinion, share it with us. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
And today we bring you the incredible story. On this episode, we are at Ijegun to see for ourselves an unusual school where children of school age after 5 to 6 months of staying at home as a result of the pandemic have been given an opportunity to learn again in the most unusual way.
We are in Ijegun today. We've been to different communities. We've been to about 9 communities, and this should be the 10th one. And what we are all about is about bridging the learning gap. Before the pandemic, that we have noticed a learning gap between the schools, the children in the public schools and the private schools. Now, fast forwarding to the time of pandemic, where within 4-5 months, the children are totally cut off the learning platforms. Of course, how accessible is the virtual learning platforms that we are campaigning? So we have gone into the environment, taking the school to the street. School, since the children are not able to go to the school, we brought the schools to the streets. And what we've noticed so far is the fact that quality education should not be exclusive. And we feel in these locations we have raw talents, and what we need to do is just to expose them to these learning methodologies, and that's what we do. Bringing quality education to the rural areas and taking education to those children that have been cut off from the virtual learning experience. We talk about the gadgets, we talk about power and everything. How accessible are these things? We discovered that a lot of children, they don't have access to these things. So why not bring those things closer to their environment? And that's what we are doing. For me, I teach mathematics, and there's another fun way of teaching mathematics, which is abacus. And that's what I have exposed the children to. And within the space of 45 minutes, what they've achieved, what they've learned so far, they've learned what is called finger maths, and they'll be able to count from 0 to 99, and they'll be able to do little additions, little subtractions. And there's something they also get to develop, which is the tactile skills. So how to manipulate their fingers independently, how to do things independently, that is, using both sides of their brain, coordinating both sides of their body. Some exercise that we do what is called brain gym, little exercises that they do to wake up their brain and to open their mind to learning, and that's what we have done today. So it's been fun going to these communities, it's been fun seeing these children because they are all ready to learn. It's just for us to bring the education to them. Once we bring that education to them, they are ready to grasp, and that's what we have done today.
Jamboree, where is the R?
J-A.
Yes.
M-B.
Yes.
O-R.
Yes.
E-E.
Thank you. That's it.
We met with a few parents whose children have found this new school.
In this area, honestly speaking, there is no lesson. And the lesson we have is very far from here and it's expensive. I'm not working right now, but someone that's supposed to come and take my children for lesson, he is saying that he's going to collect, per one person that is going to collect 2,000 naira. And I have like 5 kids here. And in this lockdown, where would I have that kind of amount of money to, to pay it? And it was not easy for me. So because of that, because of money issue, these kids have been at home with me. And eventually, I was inside. My wife called me. My wife told me about this unusual school. So I like, no, it's a lie, it's not true. Honestly, I didn't believe because I was inside. I said, no. I walked down to that place myself. So I saw some kids there, and I saw the teacher, see the way they were teaching them. Then I came back home. So I now told my children, I said, no, there is a lesson there. And who organized the lesson, I don't know. But actually, I just saw some people, I saw their grab packed, and I just came back home. I called my kids, and before I find out that, oh, this is an unusual school, and actually I really appreciate their coming here.
So as I saw these people, the canopy here, then I say, somebody came and tell me that they are doing lesson. Yes, okay. And now I prepare my children to take them to the lesson so that they can be still learning some things there instead of staying at home.
I brought my junior ones here. That is my cousins. I brought them here for lesson, you understand? Because they are at home playing, doing nothing at home. So we want them to be part of the lesson. That's why we brought them. At least for them to learn more. They have been at home now for like 4 to 5 months, doing nothing. So we will appreciate if they can join them to gain some experience from you people. That's why we brought them.
Who told you about the unusual school?
I don't know where she had it from, but she asked me to bring them on her behalf. So that's why I'm here. There are 3. These are the kids. These are the kids. This is one of them. This is the second one. This is the boy. This is the third one.
And as teacher Olori said earlier, the children are ready to learn, and we saw that eagerness and keen interest displayed.
I become and paste it for us. Where should we paste it? Okay, I said we should do that. So after the number 8, what number is next? After number 8, what number is next? 9. After number 8, what number is next? 9. Are you sure? But I'm thinking it's number 4. Are you sure it's not number 4? Okay, so let's look for number 9 on our table. Number 9, where have you gone to? Number 9, where have you gone to? Is this number 9? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. But it looks like number 3. Is this number 3? No.
Okay, look closely. So what do you have?
21.
21, good. Ready. I'm taking it again. Are you ready? Yes, the first number is what? 21. Good. 85. No, next. 56. Next. 8. 50. Thank you. 74. Come on. 34. Nice. 36.
Thank you. You can see him full.
18. Good. Next. One more. Ready. Are you ready? Let's go. Yes?
Miriam looks somewhat distracted and sleepy, but an attentive teacher George gives her a place in front instead.
Then your finger must be this spine, okay? Let's go back to 0. Okay. 0. 1. Good. 2. Good. 3. Good. 4. And your 5. So take it. So let's go again. 0. 1. 2. 3. 4. And your 5. Good. So your 6. 5 plus 1. 6. 7. Good. 8. Good. And 9. 9. That's it. So what is this? Thank you. Add another 2. That's it. Take away 6.
The children in preschool, on the other hand, are having a great time identifying numbers with Mrs. O.
It's really been an unusual experience, as the name implies, here at Unusual School, where we get to engage the children in learning activities. Now, from the day 1, even up to the day 3, it's always different kind of experience we have here on ground. Now, what I actually teach is elementary maths. And here at Unusual School, I help them get good concepts on their number sense. I help them walk around their numbers. There's a whole lot of children having this fear and tension for math. So catching them young at the very early age is what I do. So I get them used to their numbers, relationships and patterns all around their numbers. Now we work with lots of things around us that the children can easily relate to. We'll try to avoid abstract activities. So everything is real here. Cardboards, we make use of, we try as much as possible to improvise. We make use of their body parts, we make use of things around them, things in their homes they can relate to and, you know, come back the second day and they're all screaming, no, Mrs. O, I was able to identify this and all of that. And they're really cool kids. Yes, so each and every one of them learning under the same condition, under the same environment, without discrimination of any kind, has helped some of them to, you know, if not all of them, to unleash those potentials inside of them. At the preschool section, we work with children between the ages of 3 to 5. Yes, 3 to 5. And definitely at the end of every class, we treat them to a snack time. Yes, and that's one of the good times of being in the preschool section.
While these voluntary teachers strive for qualitative education for these children, they are faced with challenges as well.
It has been so hectic for us to sustain this model of open learning schooling for us because it's not more like teaching the children, we have to motivate them because learning has to be a circle of motivation and instruction. Okay, so the motivation part is the provision of what we make for them, water, snacks, the canopies, the chairs, and all those things are cost on us. And we're running this project from our own individual pockets and from selected friends who believe in this initiative, who believe in the cause we are trying to advocate for, and which is the cause of bringing quantitative and qualitative education to the indigent people in Lagos State, okay, while we'll travel around places. And we've been to 8 places already, and this is like the 9th location. We are moving, our vision is to reach out to 10,000 children, and we're currently at the ratio of 1,000 children. So you can imagine the mass size left over.
Add 7. Take away 5. Good, good, thank you, that's it. That's it, that's it. So, yeah, that's it. Take away 2. Good, thank you. You can see now, you've gotten to the pace.
But with Mrs. O's class, there is never a dull moment.
Everyone say Mrs. O. Mrs. O. You're all super cool. Everyone say super cool. I love you all.
Unusual school.
And different forms of learning is continuing all the same.
Now, part of what we teach them, apart from the traditional subject in school, which is part of what we call this unusual. Unusual in the sense that we bring in ideas and teaching concepts that they don't learn in school. We teach them finger mathematics, which is the abacus mathematics, then the literacy, which covers the grammar and other parts. Then we also have what we call the bottle craft now, and logic. Now, for the bottle craft, obviously we know Lagos is synonymous with flood, where you have our gutters blocked by bottles. So what we teach the children is to create meaningful objects with bottles. Now, the value chain of this concept is you are giving them cognitive thinking, you are teaching them project-based learning where they get to create solution for a problem in their community. So we go about teaching children how to recreate things using bottles. This is a flower vase from today's class. We teach them various things. Apart from that, again, in continuation of what we do, we have what we call the learning pack. Okay. Now, the learning pack is because we run the 3 days model of schooling. Now, we want to ensure that learning goes on apart from the 3 days. So we give them this learning pack every week. Now, this learning pack shows 4 subjects: literacy, numeracy, and logic. Now, each of the topic in this learning pack is gotten from the national curriculum, where we design learning activities to reflect what the children should be learning per week. So, for instance, I'll give you a very good example. We give a community of children this learning pack for week 1 for this Friday. Now, the next Friday, we retrieve it back and we administer week 2 learning pack. This is week 1 learning pack. This is week 3. This is week 4. And we keep going like that. Imagine having a learning sustainability with this concept. It is so unique. Beautiful, right? Right? This is beautiful, right? So what do you think this is again? So you can put it beside your TV, beside your bedside. Now what we have just done is to solve a problem for Lagos State. Instead of having bottles littered inside our gutters. We are taking these bottles and creating things out of these bottles, meaningful things out of these bottles. We empower the children with all kinds of knowledge. Okay, part of it is what I call social etiquette in terms of sitting position in public areas. Okay, for the girls, like this, cross your leg, and like this. Now for the boys, you sit upright and you don't tilt your body and you don't slouch.
So you see that 1 is on the left, which is your tenth. 0 is on the right, which is your unit. So right hand is unit, left is tenth. So,
And just like these school children here, I've been privileged to learn something new and quite unusual in the most unusual of places, which is the Unusual School. And I am Amaka Okoye.
Hello and welcome to Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. I am Fumino Ajefe. Today, we'll be focusing on how people on the continent are taking care of their environment. In Kenya, someone initiated the plan of trash for cash.
Every Monday, Jeffrey Baluzzi, age 26, combs the beach as part of a cleanup crew from the Watamu Marine Association. Each time, they pick up about 4 big sacks of plastic waste. They're paid the equivalent of €4 a day. That means they earn €16 a month. That's not very much, but they're all happy to do this work. Jeffrey has been part of the crew since its inception.
My main intention was just to change the environment itself, because since the environment was different here, there was a lot of taka, and this was dangerous even to the sea creatures. So that's what brought me here, in fact.
They bring the trash to now. It brings in the equivalent of €7,000 a year. The recycling center has acquired a new shredder. Soon it will be able to handle plastic not just from all of Watamu, but from another nearby community. Jeffrey thinks they'll be able to shred about 20,000 kilos of hard plastic, more than double their present capacity.
So I can say this project has been so beneficial on me and the project itself, because up to date, the taka we used to hide on the beach are now reduced. On the village, the same.
Thanks to the initiative, around 25 people in Watamu are earning steady money. Shikushu was unemployed for a long time until the project hired him. He lives for free on the grounds of the recycling center. He mixes old paper, water, and wood chips to make briquettes for burning. The business idea earns him the equivalent of €100 a month from garbage. When the people from the community collect those plastics and bring them here, they get money for the plastic. Jeffrey says the biggest challenge is to make clear to the community that recycling plastic is much more than just a short-term money-making project.
The challenge we do have is that, because people say, okay, I can join with you working there, but what are you going to give me? You know? So you have to pay him. Instead of volunteering, they don't volunteer. And they do have to volunteer, because this is their country. The environment belongs to them too.
The Watamu environmental activists want to do more to educate the community. Jeffrey wants to make people understand that recycling garbage is meaningful. It looks like he's already come a long way.
If you ask me, I think they should legislate that all bottling companies should recycle all their PET bottles. Recycling could create a revolution. Still in Kenya, a former banker recycles plastics and create new products which will reduce the cutting of trees and in the end, save the forest.
Nicholas Wambua is busy marking the borders of his farm outside Nairobi. Usually farmers here use wooden posts for their fences, but Nicholas has bought a new product.
Compared to the normal posts, the lifespan of this one is longer than the normal posts, so I prefer this one. It is reducing the destruction of forest, because now you find we are lessening the cutting of the trees in our country. So I am for it, because our ecosystem is being controlled.
On the outskirts of Nairobi, the posts are produced by a new, innovative company. EcoPost is the brainchild of Lorna Ruto, a former banker. She came up with an ingenious way of getting rid of the city's plastic waste by making eco-friendly posts from recycled plastic.
All this plastic waste has been collected from various dump sites, some streets, and even homes, people's homes. So we bring them here. This is the first step. They are flooded from the truck. Then we store them until we get a good quantity. From there, we're able to take them into processing.
Every month, EcoPost gives 40 to 50 tons of plastic waste new life as building material. In its first year of operation, it produced more than 5,000 posts, removing hundreds of tons of plastic waste from the environment.
We crush the sawdust and we mix it with the plastic, and we make very good aesthetic and quality posts that can be used even for now building. And it's an alternative to timber, so by so doing we're able to save a lot of trees, and we hope to save the 2% forest cover that is remaining in Kenya.
Kenya has a massive problem with deforestation. Much of the wood is used as building material. EcoPost offers not only an alternative, it also removes plastic waste, which helps limit toxic pollution. Something Karanya Nyoroche strongly endorses.
The society is part of the problem. A problem in the sense that they are the source of that waste, and they should actually be responsible on how to dispose of it. If there is a market, and that market generates 2-3 tons every day of waste plastic, then the market should have regulatory guidelines on how to recycle whatever they generate. Then we'll end up with less plastic strewn on the streets or in the landfills.
Every year, Kenya's plastic waste grows almost tenfold. Lorna Ruto has shown that it's also a resource which can generate huge profits. EcoPost has already created almost 40 full-time positions and hundreds of casual jobs.
So it is not only in Kenya that people are making money from waste. In Gabon, one man is separating and recycling waste.
They have become an established team. Several times a week, men from global services come over to the market in Labarene, Gabon, and sort the enormous amount of waste. Organic waste goes into the pink bags and plastic in the blue. This is all done under the watchful eye of CEO Firmin Makaya. Unfortunately, the people here are used to just throwing their garbage on the street. Many simply don't understand why they should think about waste separation and recycling. That's why we have to explain to them the importance of this over and over again. Not only to the residents, but also to the city administration. Labarene may be small, but for years it's had a big waste problem. The city waste management exists only on paper. Businessman Makaya took action. The 37-year-old founded his own private waste collection company, rented a small office, and established a team of 8 strong men. Now they are the stars of Labarene. It's very nice to see what they're doing here. A clean environment helps everybody. We used to really have too much garbage here, but since the people of Global Services started their operations, you can see a difference. These 2 tricycles transport the garbage daily to the depository on the outskirts of Lambarene. The company purchased them with its initial capital. which it won in a startup competition. This is the most unpleasant part of the work for the men of global services. Here is where the waste is burned. This, of course, is not good. It's not good for the health of the people who work here. And it's also not good for the environment that we actually want to protect. Now the businessman is working together with his wife on the next step of his garbage project. They want to construct a recycling plant in the jungle of Labarene. The plastic waste will be mixed with sand to create a cement-like brick. The mass is well suited for road construction. And the land has already been purchased and cleared. What's missing now is only money. Of course, it's all a difficult and lengthy process. To be honest, I have sometimes thought of giving up. But today, I'm more convinced than ever that we'll succeed. Makaya has already convinced a producer about his recycling idea, who's supplying Makaya with sand at a special price.
A 16-year-old in Tanzania holds a weekly show focused on the environment.
She's determined, ambitious, and has come a long way. Valentine Waku is a scientist and a staff member at the International Centre for Tropical Agriculture, or CIAT, in Nairobi. For now, the 29-year-old is researching the quinoa plant. The nutritious crop from South America could help in solving Africa's nutrition problem. For this, she analyses seed and soil samples from 5 countries in East and West Africa.
The seed and soil will be analysed so that we can see the relation between the nutrients in the soil and the yield we're getting from the seeds.
In the first year of her long-term project, Valentine Waku already discovered 3 suitable kinds. Her results are soon going to be implemented by the farmers.
Especially this being a new crop, we want to tell them that you can have a good yield with this and this variety. So we will propose that these are the varieties that are doing well in Africa.
From the lab to the fields. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organisation works hand in hand with the researchers. The farmers from Machakos have been taking part for 1 year. They get tips on planting and harvesting a particular type of bean. Because of the training we got, the work is now reduced for us. Now we always uproot the weeds and then use them for mulching.
We are proud because we're getting good harvests. It's not like before, because we were taught how to plant, and together with my group, we're applying what we learned.
The farmers get to put the surplus from their harvest on the market or sell to processing companies. This is also a result of the project.
Our role, in short, has been select which varieties can go for industrial processing, the pre-cooked, train the stakeholders, including the farmers, on how to grow them and to aggregate them.
For the scientists at CIAT, sustainability is important. Director Robin Burukara knows this as well. The institute now has the plasma of all the bean germs known across the world.
We have the germplasm, there's the research we can do, but we work very closely together with our national research systems and then work closely together with agents which can support dissemination so that the farmers get the product.
The bean project has been ongoing for 1 year and is soon coming to an end. Valentine Waku is happy about its success. She also researched the beans. Now with quinoa, the goal remains the same.
This food security crisis in Africa is ongoing song. So with especially what I'm involved in the quinoa, if it's successful and we see that it can do well in Africa, it will really improve the livelihoods of the downtrodden people.
Valentine Waku's quinoa project has been planned for 5 years. The scientist wishes that the farmers would quickly profit from her results and that quinoa would successfully be planted in Africa.
Imagine if we could educate young Africans very early about recycling waste and taking care of the environment. We would have a cleaner continent. But trust me, it's not too late to act. We'll take a break and then we'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Eunice Bashorin Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer completely.
Welcome back. So in our next story, we are taught not to take the fresh air we breathe for granted.
These volunteers are about to learn a lot about the benefits of fresh air. Brice Delagneau is the activist behind the tree planting campaign. The meeting place is no coincidence. It's the epicenter of exhaust emissions in this city of nearly 5 million. We're amazed that many more people came to participate in the reforestation campaign than we expected. Banco Forest is just outside the Ivorian commercial capital, Abidjan. It's clearly visible from the highway, but many urban residents have never been here before. Brice studied environmental management in Abidjan, then founded his own organization. With this campaign, he wants Abidjan residents to understand that Banco Forest is the city's source of oxygen. This is a large metropolis. There are so many cars. The ones you see here in the city are usually bad for the environment. They're 10, 15, or even 20 years old. Sometimes even older than that. Without Banco Forest, the air in Abidjan would probably be much worse. Recent studies show that people already breathe in 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide here every day. With its abundant vegetation and rare tree species, the forest exudes a kind of magic. Part of it remains untouched and has been designated a national park. But many trees are being cut down outside the protected area. In 2009, this entire space was a rainforest. Today, it's full of residential buildings and factories. There's only one thing to do to save part of the cleared area: plant more trees. Participants plant various kinds of trees, including makore, nyangon, and tiama. These volunteers say the air is clean and refreshing, and healthy. The funds for this campaign come from an annual environmental conference. More than 70 new trees have been planted just today. To assess the impact of his efforts, Brice returns to the rainforest. Looking at this natural beauty, I would like every Ivorian to get involved and preserve it and stop cutting down trees. They should be protected. The same goes for the whole environment. Everyone should come to this space so they can learn how to love nature. Brice Delagneau has been able to inspire more than 130 volunteers with his initiative. He's also taken his campaign to neighboring Burkina Faso and Ghana.
If we knew how valuable trees are to the air we breathe, I doubt we'll cut down a single tree. So from planting trees, we go to the eco-warriors protecting their land.
In the remote Yaida Valley, the Hadza people have lived like this for 10,000 years. They still depend on the forest for hunting meat and gathering fruits, and even whistling to birds, which lead them to honey. But today, their land is under threat, and to protect it, they're turning to modern technology.
We hate it. We don't like to see the trees cut down like this.
Ezekiel Filippo is one of the Hadza's forest guards who patrol the area looking for signs of damage. His team uses GPS satellite tracking to collect evidence of the destruction.
We use tools to record where we have been on patrol, and we take pictures. If we come across an area where someone has destroyed trees, we take a picture on the GPS device and it records the location.
The problem is the competition for this land. Other tribes need space for farming and cattle grazing, and in places that means the natural habitat is completely destroyed.
You can see the state of it. It is devastating. The way they are farming this land. Now where are the Hadza people going to live?
When I was a child, all of this was thick forest. There were lots of animals, and this area was especially good for collecting honey. It hurts my soul to see it now.
To stop the destruction, it is now illegal to cut down trees on Hadza land. And where the patrols find damage, they can arrest or report the offenders, who will face a fine.
When it happened that there is someone establishing maybe settlement or a piece of farm or a boma, that is an illegal issue. So the Walinzi Wajadi or village game scout, using GPS picture to prepare the report that will be sent to the village governments to take a legal step against this issue because it is not allowed.
The project is funded by the Global Carbon Credit Scheme, where businesses offset their emissions by contributing money to projects that reduce carbon. The villages are given payments twice a year of thousands of dollars. And the patrols also work with other tribes in the area to voice their concerns about the environment. There are now just under 1,000 Hadza people left in this area, thought to be among the last hunter-gatherers in the world.
This, everything you can see below me here, is the land of the Hadza people. This is where we live. This is where we get our meat and our honey. This is what we call home. I feel very happy when I see how we have looked after this beautiful land. Before, when I saw the land being destroyed, I hated it. But now that I see it being protected, I feel very happy.
Thank you for watching Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. See you next week. I am Femi Unwajefe.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
No, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing this.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Thank you for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I'm Felicity Ezewike. President Muhammadu Buhari has joined the 28th Federal Executive Council FEC meeting at the Council Chamber of the State House, Abuja, presided over by Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo. The president, who is currently in his hometown Daura in Katsina State, joined the meeting virtually. To commence the meeting, the National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Mungunu, said the Muslim opening prayer, while the Minister of Health, Osagie Hanire, said the Christian prayer. In attendance, among others, are the Permanent Secretary, Ecological Funds Office, Mrs. Habiba Lawal, standing in for the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, who is in self-isolation with his wife after some members of his family tested positive for COVID-19, and the Chief of Staff, Ibrahim Gambari. The Defense Headquarters on Wednesday said President Muhammadu Buhari is safe in Daura, Katsina State. The Coordinator, Defense Media Operations, Major General John Eneche, who stated this, noted that the security of the president is not threatened by the activities of bandits in his home state. Bandits had taken the government science secondary school, Kankara, by storm on Friday night and abducted over 300 schoolboys after a gun duel with the police. Buhari had arrived in the state the same day for a week-long private visit, hours before the abduction took place. Eneche, while dismissing reports that terrorist group Boko Haram was responsible for the Kankara abduction, said military operations are ongoing to secure the release of the abducted boys. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has called for the closure of boarding facilities in all private and government schools in the northern part of the country. The organization also advised the federal government to direct the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps to provide protection for schools and colleges nationwide, especially in the areas where security appears compromised. While describing the abduction of 333 students of Government Secondary School Kankara in Katsina State as another tragic chapter in the history of the country, occasioned by the criminal activities of some hoodlums, CAN said the criminals operate in Nigeria with impunity, as if the security agencies were on holiday. President of CAN, Dr. Samson Ayokunle, stated these in a statement by his Special Assistant on Media and Communications, Adebayo Oladiji, titled Kankara Abduction, Governments Have Learned Nothing from Previous Kidnappings. Nigeria's Senate has once again called for a rejig of the nation's security architecture. The Senate, while debating on two motions bordering on insecurity, in the light of the recent kidnap of over 300 schoolboys from the Government Science Secondary School in Katsina State and an internally displaced persons camp accommodating mainly Nigerian refugees in the Republic of Niger, says the nation is losing the war against terrorism.
The attack occurred around 8 p.m. when Boko Haram insurgents stormed the town, shooting people at sight and setting ablaze the whole town. Following the mayhem that lasted for several hours, it is with great sadness and shock that 37 people lost their lives. 25 were shot to death, 9 died as a result of burns sustained by fire, and 3 drowned in the nearby river while trying to escape.
All the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari,
GCFR to consider and implement the recommendation of the Senate Ad hoc Committee on Nigeria's Security Challenges, dated March 17, 2020, and Senate resolutions therefrom, as a holistic response to the mounting security challenges across the country.
333 boys. That's the future of Nigeria. That's the entire two chambers put together. Those are the people we're looking up to take over from us. And then somebody will come in the middle of the night, pack them away, and we say we don't know. And then people will slaughter other people in Borno, and we say we cannot find them. Are they hiding? Mr. President, the time has come for us to take drastic action. One of them is that we can't be budgeting for dead people. If we decide that government must do something before we will produce the budget, I am sure they will be up and doing.
What we need to do is to look at the architectural design of the security system in the country. For me, I see governors talking helplessly. Is it time for governors to have a more level of control? But the level at which people are killed, I think we need to rethink on how to make the security architecture responsive to the security challenges of today in our country.
The Senate on Tuesday passed for second reading a bill seeking to give legal backing to the Nigerian Peace Corps. Another bill seeking to establish the Nigerian Hunters Council of Nigeria, NHCN, also scaled second reading on the floor during plenary. The Peace Corps bill was sponsored by Senator Ali Ndume, while that of the NHCN was sponsored by Senator Biodun Olujimi. Leading the debate on his own bill, Ndume said the proposed legislation, when passed into law, would give statutory backing to the existing Peace Corps of Nigeria. Olujimi, in her presentation, said her bill seeks to, among other things, provide community policing, maintenance of law and order in communities. She said it would provide synergy with other security agencies to ensure peace and security. Both bills have been referred to the Committee on Interior for further legislative input. A gas pipeline leakage along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway has caused panic among residents in Arepo, Maguro, and other neighboring communities. The pipeline, which is located close to the Punch newspaper company, was ruptured while Julius Berger was carrying out construction works in the area of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway on Wednesday. As at the time of this report, emergency respondents had turned off the gas, stopping the leakage. The respondents from LASEMA Response Units, Federal Road Safety Corps, the Federal Fire Service, and Nigeria Police went over. The massive gas leakage has been stopped and vehicular movement has returned. The Senate on Wednesday deferred the passage of the 2021 budget until Monday next week. Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who made this known at plenary, said the development followed new items of expenditure transmitted to the National Assembly by the executive. He said that the Committee on Finance will work through the weekend to capture the fresh requests from the executive in their 2021 Appropriation Bill report. Lawan said that the Senate would hold a special session on Monday, 21 December, to consider and pass the 2021 budget. A Southeast group, also known as Team Nigeria, is urging the government to adopt favorable zoning conditions to enable the Southeast produce the next president in 2023. Speaking to newsmen in Abuja, the group expressed worry over what it calls a long marginalization of the region. They said that it will be unfair to deny the region the chance to produce the next Nigerian president. They also add that if the presidency must remain in the north, then the North Central should be considered for the presidency, as the region has also been marginalized.
To have a Nigeria to heal the wounds of the civil war, to make sure that we have everybody along. Let us all belong to one country. I think it is very unfair, very, very unfair to deny the Southeast that flaw. The Southeast deserves the presidency this time. But in the event that it didn't go that way, if it should go to the north, it should also come to the middle belt, because this is an area that have also not experienced the presidential leadership.
Without security, we cannot talk about 2023. Without security, we cannot talk about the issue of geopolitical zone or where the power goes and stuff like that. So, let me be specific. Yaya Bello is a young man with immense energy, with sufficient skill to lead this country vis-a-vis our security situation.
Other parts of Africa, the Laozi Pharmaceutical Research Center on Tuesday approved the Manacovid drug to treat the coronavirus COVID-19 in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A statement issued in Kinshasa said the results were observed by 3 teams of doctors on a total of 300 cases that tested positive for COVID-19. All these cases proved negative, with a disappearance of symptoms and a good tolerance within 5 days of treatment. Approved on November 24, 2020, with a certificate of invention as evidence, Manacovid is a product based on local medicinal plants discovered in March 2020 by Congolese chemist Dr. Etienne Mpesa and a team of pharmacist researchers. And outside of Africa, a public inquiry has revealed that up to 250,000 children, young people and vulnerable adults were abused in New Zealand's faith-based and state care institutions in the past several decades. An interim report by the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Historic Abuse of Children in the State Care estimated up to 256,000 people were abused between 1950 and 2019. This accounts for almost 40% of the 655,000 people in care during that period. The report also found that the number of people passing through care institutions was 6 times higher than what the government had previously estimated.
The report clearly highlights that there have been some intolerable and unacceptable abuses in state care in the past. That is something that all New Zealanders, I think, will be concerned and alarmed by, although it confirms what the victims have been saying for some time. The government has already been taking steps to respond to the work of the Royal Commission as that has been undertaken, including changing the Crown's litigation strategy, which we have already done. We will, of course, make further decisions between now and when the final report is received, but it is the final report that will ultimately have the recommendations, and so we will await that before making, if you like, further comment on what might happen in the future.
The European Union's chief executive, Gas, said she could not say if there would be a trade record with Britain, but there had been progress and that the next few days would be critical. The United Kingdom left the EU in January, but the two sides are trying to clinch a deal that would govern nearly $1 trillion in annual trade before informal membership, known as the transition period, ends on December 31. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says she cannot tell whether there will be a deal or not, but that there is a path to an agreement now. It may be very narrow, but it is there.
There is a path to an agreement now. The path may be very narrow, but it is there. And it is there for our responsibility to continue trying. The good news is that we have found a way forward on most issues. But this is now a case of us being so close and yet being so far away from each other. Because 2 issues still remain outstanding, you know them, the level playing field and the fisheries. We have agreed a strong mechanism of non-regression. That's a big step forward. And this is to ensure that our common high labor, social and environmental standards will not be undercut.
And that's how we wrap the news up at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We're back later with more stories making the headlines. Please join us again. Thank you for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The year 2020 will be coming to an end in a few weeks, and it has indeed been an interesting year, starting from the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in a worldwide lockdown, rocking March and April. Then, the arrest of Nigerian internet fraudster Hush Puppy in Dubai, and the nationwide #EndSARS protest. On Google search, many Nigerians showed their curiosity through by checking the search engine for answers and information. We spoke to Taiwo Kola Ogunlade, the Communications and Public Relations Manager for Google West Africa. He says,
people every year there are trillions of searches, and 15% of those searches are searches that we've never seen. I don't think it would be a surprise if anyone sees coronavirus as number one. So it's the number one trend globally. And then number two is election results. I think most of us were waiting to see the result of the year's election. It was great that came up globally. Number three is Kobe Bryant, American basketballer who passed away earlier in the year. He was number three globally. Number four, Zoom. This is the most unprecedented year. Most of us were home. You would see people turning to tools such as Zoom for meetings and stuff. So Zoom came up. And the five is IPL. And that's globally.
The 9th of December, Google announced the results of its 2020 year-end search, sharing what the world and Nigerians searched for in 2020. Google's 2020 year in search compiles the moments, people, topics, events, and places that captured the world's attention this year.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
Because then to mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continue with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society, we don't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of inculcating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees, or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you are.
They should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side, where the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of the sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.